Oh my god, we are back. I haven't played this game in 3 months. And it's been a couple model iterations since the last time I played this. Looking back on it, it's kind of cringy, honestly, what my model looked like when we were playing this, to be completely honest. But yeah, so last time we were playing this, we had stopped in the middle of a trial. I can't remember exactly why we stopped in the middle of a trial, because normally I wouldn't do something like that. But since it's been so long, we're just going to start that chapter over. We're not going to start the whole game over. We're just going to start that chapter. So, honestly, it probably wouldn't even be that big of a deal to start the whole game over, because the first chapter is literally just a quick trial. So I think we'll go ahead and we'll do that. We'll just start the whole game over. It's not a big deal. Let's just do it. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? What have I done wrong? Cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. September 8th, 9:08 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. What a nightmare. I bet it was this ringtone that caused it. I really shouldn't be dozing off right before a trial starts anyway. Looks like they hung up. Ah, good. I finally found it. Talk about a close call. Hate to do this to you, but it's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney. Ugh, my head is throbbing. Why does it feel so foggy in there? Good morning. Morning. What's wrong? You don't look well. People are at their best first thing in the morning. Where's that fighting spirit? Sorry, but can you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sort of hurts. Roger that. Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Well, wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I had done something wrong? What are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. What? I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix, right? Life in my hands? You promised me. You said you would prove that I was not guilty. Not guilty? Just when I thought all hope was lost, when all other lawyers had laughed me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Mr. Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. I'll never forget what you're doing for me, ever. What is this girl babbling about? Actually, I really love to watch court proceedings and always root for you to win. When I'm off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? You've been acting really strange. You keep staring at me. You're making me kind of nervous, sir. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid to ask, but here it goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? Mr. Wright, how could you say that? How could you do this to the fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Is this how a defense attorney treats his clients, sir? I can't believe this. No, it's just, well, I think you have the wrong person. Yes, I'm... Who am I? Why am I drawing a blank? The trial will begin shortly. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom? Trial's about to start. I'm counting on you in there, okay? I guess I must have amnesia. Let's see, what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say that I'm a defense attorney? And that girl, I said I'd prove her not guilty? I can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. Someone please tell me this is just a bad dream. Why do I get the feeling this is one dream I won't be waking up from? Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Wright? Are you talking to me? Do you see any other defense attorneys here? I guess not. Now then, are you ready? I guess I should say yes for now. Are you ready, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Wait a sec. If her life is in my hands, I should really do the responsible thing. Actually, you see, Your Honor, my memory is kind of... The court will not hear the defense's excuses. Because the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this a fair but swift trial. I believe I have told you this before. I hope you're not telling me you've forgotten. Actually, I have. Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse, her lover was a fellow police officer. A policewoman? You did what to a policeman? It wasn't me. And besides, Dustin and I, we weren't lovers like that. In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant. Very well. 1 second, please, while I change my options here. I need to change the text box transparency. Excuse me, that was weird. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness. It's been a while, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've learned since last time. I won't show you any mercy this time, rookie. Okay, and who are you again? The prosecution calls Detective Dick Gumshoe to the stand. Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. If I were to hide, I'm so dead. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. You don't look well, detective. Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so you know... You work under that detective? Yes, sir, and while I was a trainee, he was always watching out for me. He's such a wonderful guy, I'll never forget what he's done for me. Okay, calm down, I believe you. Detective Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Yes, sir. It happened at the park near headquarters, Expose Park. The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. He was pushed down from the benches in the upper path, sir. The landing beat his body up bad and snapped his neck. The details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday. Ah, yes, this autopsy report, correct? Why do I not remember getting a copy? See, everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented. The victim's watch stopped from the impact of the landing, sir. The results of the autopsy confirm the time of death. If I may, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to submit this photograph. Very well, the court accepts it into evidence. Now then, I recall at yesterday's preliminary hearing, a very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes, I guess. Mr. Wright, is your head on right today? There was a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body. Was there? Have you lost your mind? Well, actually, it's just nerves. Give me a second. What? How can you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro. Alright, I'll help you through this. At the time like this, blah, blah, blah. Please excuse me while I skip through tutorial shit. That's simple, Your Honor. A broken pair of glasses. That's right. The victims grabbed his killer's glasses as he was being shoved, sir, and held onto them as he fell. Hey, what are you giving me the evil eye? Those glasses you're wearing? Yes, this is my spare pair. But these glasses they found at the crime scene of the crime are not mine, I swear. You sure about that? Look, it was a coincidence that on the same day I actually stepped on mine. A coincidence, she says. Your Honor, I have further evidence to present. Oh, you have more. And this evidence is very decisive. Very well, let's hear from our witness about this evidence. There's something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. This piece of evidence in the glasses is hard not to say she's the culprit. This is the picture of the writing, Your Honor. Why, this is... Yes, I can clearly see her name is written here. The prosecution would like to submit this picture. Understood. The court accepts it into evidence. As if the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground. But I already told you, those glasses aren't mine. And how do you explain his dying message? It's a conspiracy. I'm not guilty. Hello. How's it going, Off-Brand? Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? He said I'm counting on you, sure, but what am I supposed to do? What? This isn't like you at all. Normally, this is the part where you get in the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do what? Guess there's no way around it. Okay, I'm gonna lend you a hand. The prosecution's witnesses are all hide things from the court, which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't that detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. Huh, like that detective. He does sort of look like a scatterbrain. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's bad for us, sir. That's why when you question witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. Talk about trial by fire. Here goes nothing. As long as I can expose the lies, we should be all right. What is it? What's come over me? Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. And I yelled at the top of my lungs, finger outstretched ready to take on my opponent. What a rush. Detective Gumshoe, you talking to me, pal? Please state the defendant's name for me. What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright? You'll see, this is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer. The defendant's name, if you please. Where is this ridiculous question coming from? The defendant's name is Maggie Bird? I think someone needs to check the court record. What? It says right here, Maggie Bird. It looks like the bird caught the cat napping. What's going on here? I have no idea either, sir. As you can see, the victim did indeed leave a name, Maggie. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled M-A-G-G-E-Y. This is a blatant contradiction of facts. Well, how about that? I hadn't even noticed. But maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly. May I remind you that it was you who said the defendant is accused of killing her lover? If they were truly lovers, it would be impossible for him to not have known her name. This is very true, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Are you absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were in fact lovers? Yes, I'm quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force. Detective Gumshoe, please testify to the court the relationship between the victim and the defendant. Yes, sir. Officer Prince and Officer Bird have been going out for about half a year. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Officer Bird had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had bought over 2 months ago. I should know because she came to me to ask what she should get for him. Oh, those two sound like they were close. Nevertheless, tragedy struck. Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. Marriage? But wasn't the victim 8 years older than her? What? You saying a guy's gotta marry someone the same age as himself, pal? No, that's not what I meant at all. Huh. Strange coincidence. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know? I think this fella has a ways to go before marriage. Mind your own business, pal. Oh, hello, achievement. I guess it's a good thing we did restart the game. I missed that achievement, I guess. Over 2 months ago. Yep, she was a very considerate woman, pal. So, what was this birthday present? She got him a glove. A single glove? Why would she only give him one? Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove. Oh, I see, a baseball glove. Officer Prince was a huge baseball fan. Baseball glove. Just now, I believe you said something that the present was something she had bought over 2 months ago? Yeah? Are you saying she bought the glove at a store that far in advance? Nah, nothing like that. Then what is it like? She ordered it. It was custom made. Custom made? The glove was custom made? Yep, that's what I said. So the glove was custom made. We get it. The glove was custom made. Would you shut the fuck up, please? Your Honor, I really don't see how this glove is related to this case. Yes, it would seem that there is little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Do you think this glove is custom made? It's really relevant to this case. Of course it's relevant. I don't know where this will lead me, but... Of course it's relevant. That glove is the key to this whole case. Yes, bluffing to the max. Now this is the Mr. Wright I know. So happy you're back, sir. I was wondering how long it'd take. This is great. Pressing people. It feels like I've done this before, as if I used to do this to squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people. Very well. If you are that convinced, then let's hear some more about the matter. Actually, I brought the glove with me today. And? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and show the glove to the court. Well, I didn't think it had anything to do with this case. Anyway, this is it, sir. It's, rather yellow, isn't it? Officer Prince really liked the color yellow. And that's why you had to special order it? Yep, that's right. That and one other reason. I think this court has heard enough. It's clear that the victim and the defendant were involved with each other. Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Now, if that is true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written by the victim? I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about the name on the ground. Yes, sir. We first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm it was the victim's hand. You wouldn't be able to! Using your index finger to write something in the sand would not look the same as if someone was writing on a piece of paper. It just never would. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote the name with his right hand. Yes, a perfectly logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Objection! Detective Gumshoe, take a look at this. That's the glove, right? I can see that. I literally just handed that to you. Could you tell the court what is special about this glove? What's special? Never really thought about it, but, I know it's custom made. It's really yellow, and that's about it. Yes, it is really yellow, but that's only one of its qualities. Huh? There's another reason why it's special, and what would that be? It's very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person. Left-handed? What? You're absolutely right. This glove is made to be worn on the right hand. That's why it had to be custom made. I've never seen a bright yellow left-handed. I have never seen a bright yellow left-hander's glove for sale. Have you? Well, no. So, detective, which hand did the victim use to write the name again? What? Oh, Jesus Christ! I totally butchered that sentence. Which hand did the victim use to write the name with the? Jesus, that was terrible. Oh my God, that was so bad. It's good thinking again. Hello. Oh my God, I need my glasses. Where the hell are my glasses? Jesus Christ, that was bad. Oh, okay, shit. That's easy. Look, it's obvious for this picture that it was his. Wait, don't forget that the victim was left-handed. Ah! Overruled. Mr. Wright, I would like to know what your line of reasoning proves. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn. A left-handed person could not have written a message with his right hand. I thought that's not true, but... Therefore, the person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. I think the fact that he spelled it wrong is more important than the fact that he wrote it with his right hand, but, you know. When you think about it that way, then yes, it is not possible that this name was written by the victim himself. And that means Maggie is...
No, it's not possible.
Mr. Payne?
Yes, Your Honor.
The evidence the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent.
No.
All right, you did it, Mr. Wright. Whew, I feel like I could breathe again. It seems that we've reached the conclusion. You did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright. Me, Your Honor? Well, thank you, sir. See, you got complimented by the judge again. You were really good. And that's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. You joking? I'm more than ready to retire. Now announce my verdict. This court finds that...
No, not yet.
I mean, please give me a few more minutes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Payne?
The prosecution is not finished yet.
What do you mean?
We would like to call our next witness to the stand.
What? And what did this witness witness?
The moment the victim was pushed to his death. What's more, he saw the very face of the culprit.
What the f... That's not what he said, but... Order in the court. I believe a recess is in order. Afterward, we will hear from this new witness. I had a feeling this was a bit too easy. I need more information. I'll have to see what I can find out during this recess. I can't let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. Court is adjourned for recess.
Amnesia? I can't believe my lawyer's trying to defend me in such a state.
Why didn't you tell me, sir? I'm sorry I didn't mention it to you. Oh, I know what to do. I heard you can fix something like this with a really strong shock to your system. I happen to have a taser on me. For some reason, they let me bring it into the courtroom. Come on, lower your head a little. A Maggie kick should be all you need. No. I think I'll pass on this one. Come on. I'm sorry. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have a hard time leaving them alone. I tend to stick my nose where it doesn't belong and try to tackle everyone's problems. Well, That's one problem you won't be tackling today. Well, we're going to solve your problem first. We can deal with mine later. For now, do you think you could fill me in on a few things? Of course, I'd be honored to. Well, I guess we'll start with my name and then I can tell you about me. No, that's okay, really. I think I know you and your name pretty well by now. I was wondering if you could help me figure a few things about myself. So, my name is Phoenix Wright. What a weird name. This is serious. You really don't remember. I'll tell you what, sir. You can have this back, and maybe it'll help. This is a business card? I got this from you. It's my most prized possession. You're a fucking weirdo. You can borrow it for now, but please give it back, okay? Okay. There's some numbers written on the back. Oh, that's your cell phone number. I guess for now we should stop talking about me and start talking about the case. This case? Yep. Can you think of anything that would be helpful for me to know? What can I tell you? I can't think of anything other than the incident with that cell phone, but... Cell phone? Yeah, your eyes lit up when we talked about it at the detention center. Hurry up then and tell me. This might be very important. Okay, Roger. You said my name was Phoenix. It was on the day of the crime, just before 6 p.m. I picked up a lost cell phone on a walk with Dustin. All of a sudden, the phone began to ring. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie? I thought it was going to continue. Inflection was wrong. We agreed to meet up at 6 p.m. Dustin and I waited for the person to show up, but they never did. So where's the phone you found now? I gave it to you yesterday. Huh? To me? Is it the phone that's in my pocket? You mean this? You think it has anything to do with the murder? I don't really know, but if my eyes lit up... Ah, you were here all along. You're so mean. I called you a million times, but you wouldn't pick up. And when I went to check in the courtroom, everyone had already left. Now who in the heck is this? Let me guess, I'm supposed to know this girl too. Hey, good morning, Maggie. Hey, good morning to you too, Maya. So, how's it going? Is there a word for worse than abysmal? Oh, and what if I said that everything will be fine? That's right, it's Maya to the rescue with the ultra-decisive, super important evidence. Here you are, Nick. The thing you wanted me to bring. Huh? Oh, thanks. The heck is this, a list? It has about 20 people's names and phone numbers written on it. It's kind of tough, but I managed to dig up some dirt. It looks like these guys are up to no good. No good as in? It's a group of con artists the police are currently investigating. I think these guys are members of that group. Why would a group of con artists pop up in a case like this? Don't look at me! Where did you get this list from in the first place? What? Don't you remember, Nick? You're the one who asked me to look this up yesterday. Oh, is that right? These numbers were in the memory of that phone Maggie found. So that's where they're from. You're awfully forgetful these days, Nick. Hope I never get to be a forgetful old prune like you. Maya, actually, Mr. Wright is... Mr. Wright, recess is now over. Please bring the defendant and return to the courtroom. Oh, oops, guess you have to get going. We could talk about you being old later, Nick. Wish us luck. I guess I have all the pieces now, more or less. All that's left is to put it all together. I'm not gonna lose this. Come on, Nick. Better get a move on. Yeah. Yeah. Court will now reconvene. Please call your next witness to the stand, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor, but before I do, if I may say a few words.
What is it, Mr. Payne?
It's about the next witness. He has a tendency to say things that rub people the wrong way, you see. So, I asked that the court might be a little lenient on...
There is no need to give a preface. Just hurry up and call your witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution calls its next witness a drifter who is a drifter who was taking a walk in the park on the day of the murder. Please state your name for the court, witness.
Before I do, I'd like to clarify a little something.
Huh? Oh, alright, go ahead.
Just now you introduced my wonderful self to the court, correct? Perhaps as a drifter who was taking a walk?
And did I?
But I will not stand for that. Now you've tinted the court's eyes and colored me wrongly. Sure, I suppose calling me a university blah 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 blah. I can't read all that because it's going way too fucking fast. And just keep on going and
Yes, shut the fuck up. I understand. I'm sorry. I will be more careful from now on. What is he, a human chatterbox?
I have to question him. Fashion, cause, women, glasses, and of course university first rates only need apply.
Glasses? But you aren't wearing glasses.
That's enough. Your name, witness. Oh, is that what you want to how you want to play this? Using your power and influence to keep the young people down. I see how you work now. You old people and your dirty tricks. You thought you had me, but you thought wrong. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Oh man. I forgive you. Alright, I suppose I can tell you my name. I'm Richard Wellington, the drifting virtuoso with a PhD in drifting, as it were. If you wanted to, you could call me a university student in transit.
Mr. Wellington, on the day of the murder, you were taking strolling through the park, correct?
It would appear that you are attached to that word. If you must, then by all means. But I remind you that I am in no way a prepubescent boy out on a walk with mommy. If you must know,
Anyway, please testify to the court what you saw during your walk through the park.
See, you said it again, taking a walk. You know, what you witnessed will do, Mr. Wellington. Ooh. I was at the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. I don't remember the time all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 p.m. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above right in front of my eyes. Without a thought, I looked up and there I met the eyes of a charming young lady. Of course, I remember her sweet face. It was that of the pretty defendant there. The only other thing I saw was the banana that fell with the police officer. What? That was certainly decisive testimony.
Decisive? Nick, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, banana. That's all you have to say? How can you be so calm? It's strange, my mind is very calm and clear. Maybe it's because I believe in my client? You mean Maggie? Yes, and if she really is innocent, then that only mean one thing. That guy is lying. And well, no shit he is. Find out the truth no matter how well you craft your lies. Mr. Wellington, I believe I have the bananas you saw right here. Ah, so you knew about the bananas too. Why didn't you say so earlier? But don't think you can use this as a way to pull more information out of me. And that's where you'd be wrong. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
Isn't that the baseball glove?
Huh? What? A baseball glove? Doesn't it look delicious? Care for a bite? That's not a... Your Honor, I think this proves one very important fact. This witness... By the way, just how bad are your eyes? Huh? How? What? Why are you asking me all about this all of a sudden?
Your Honor, it is very simple to mistake a glove for a bunch of bananas.
No, I don't think so. Objection overruled, you fucking moron. You're one of those people. Yes, you know what I mean. You're like those people who refuse to accept God. God damn it. And that is why I asked you how bad your eyesight is. They're both 2200. I suppose you're gonna tell me that's terrible, right? Why are you not wearing your glasses today, then? That's because I lost them recently, you see? Of course, I was planning on getting a new pair made right away, but, you know, my glasses are no ordinary glasses, so to replace them... How about when you witnessed the crime? Were you wearing your glasses then? How about it, witness? You are an unrelenting evil man, and I'm not gonna... I just shut up. Shut the fuck up now. Which boils down to you were not wearing your glasses at the time. Therefore, the identity of the woman at the scene of the crime and that of the defendant cannot be proven to be the same by this witness. But the height difference was only 9 feet. It was very possible for him to have seen the face of the culprit standing on the upper path. Oh, witness, please be more accurate in your testimony. Remember, a person's life is at stake. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, please continue with your testimony. Please tell the court what happened next in the moments after you witnessed the crime. The girl on the upper path ran away as soon as she realized I was there. After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. It must have been 6:45 when I made the call. They must have had a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes. So the person who was on the upper path saw you and then ran away. Yes, that is correct, which is why even someone without a superior brain like mine can understand that. That girl is the murderer. You may now question the witness now. Mr. Wellington, would you please take a look at this? You mean the victim's autopsy report? According to this, the murder occurred at 6:28 p.m. So what of it? You said that you called the police immediately after the murder took place. However, by the time you had called the police, it was already 6:45. There is clearly a 15-minute gap here. Do you deny it? I think this court would like to hear what you were doing during this 15-minute gap. The witness was in shock at the time after witnessing a terrible murder. It's only to be expected that he would be a little dazed. 15 minutes is hardly what I would call a little dazed. Mr. Wellington? Yes? Explain yourself. What were you doing during those 15 minutes? Answer the question. Spit it out. I was searching for a phone booth. A phone booth? You mean you don't have a cell phone? You and your questions, as if you're trying to open all the layers of a Matryoshka doll. You must think you're really something special. Witness! I lost my cell phone there. Are you happy? You lost it? Unbelievable. You lose your glasses and your cell phone. You must be very scatterbrained when it comes to your belongings. What? Are you saying that first-rate people are never allowed to lose things? God, dude, shut the fuck up. My God. Oh, man. Wait, hold on a second. He lost his cell phone? Nick, that cell phone, could it be? You mean the phone Maggie found? There's no way. Boy, I didn't see this coming. What should I do now? Mr. Wellington, where's your cell phone right now? What are you getting all excited about? You seem to be a little confused. I found my phone, I'll have you know. See? Here it is. Oh, I see. Looks like he's got his phone. And I thought that just maybe this was his. Well then, I think we've cleared this issue up. At the time of the murder, the witness did not have his cell phone because he had lost it. Therefore, the delay in his call was caused by his search for a phone booth. Well, that's the gist of it. I guess you could put it that way and leave it at that. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the witness testimony does not make any sense. I don't believe that there was ever even a need to search for a phone.
How dare you?
You can't just make outrageous claims like that. You do have some sort of proof, don't you? Well, yeah, of course.
This evidence should be good enough, I think. Alright, let's have this proof then.
It's quite simple, actually. Let's take a look at this. At the crime scene photo. Is there a problem with it?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the picture. But if you don't understand my logic after looking at it, something is wrong with you. It's a phone booth?
That is correct. All the defendant had to do was walk 3 steps.
Mr. Wellington, why did you not use the phone that was right in front of you? Order.
What is the reporting the crime a little late proof for the defense?
The witness can't explain what he was doing for those 15 minutes. That is reason enough to throw suspicion on his testimony. Yes, this is very true. What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
I bet this phone really is his, Nick. He must have killed Dustin and get his phone back. But Maggie said that she was going to return it to him, so there was no reason for him to kill for it. And on top of that, we still have the phone she found anyway. But if he wasn't looking for his cell phone, maybe he was looking for something else? Was he?
Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Do you have any thoughts you would like to share with the court? Can you offer an explanation as to what the witness was doing during those 15 minutes? There is only one possible explanation. Alright, let's hear your explanation. However, be forewarned that if your explanation is not persuasive, you will be penalized. Think carefully before you present, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. I probably shouldn't have said there was only one possibility.
Please present to the court the one piece of evidence that will answer the following. Why didn't the witness call the police right away? Mr. Wellington. What? Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. These are your glasses, aren't they? Where did you find... I believe the court all heard what you just confessed to. That these glasses are in fact yours. I'll tell you where they were found, Mr. Wellington. These glasses were found under the victim's body. Under the victim's body? Order? No, wait a sec. Hold on. I didn't confess or confirm anything. Your Honor, I think the answer is quite clear here. As he fell, Dustin Prince grabbed the culprit's glasses. The culprit knew that he had to find his glasses and search frantically for them. What he didn't realize was that they were under the victim's body. And that is why it took him 15 minutes to make that call. Mr. Wright, are you indicting the witness as the real murderer? Of course, that is precisely what I'm doing. I know I'm right. He's the real murderer. Did you figure it out, Nick? More or less. Turns out the cell phone was the key to this case after all. Anyway, now is our chance to deep six this guy. I'll sink him in one shot. This is so exciting watching you work again. Somehow my old self is coming back to me. It's time to sink or swim. Everything rests on the edge of a knife. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Order?
Your Honor, the defense is making a mockery of this court. Without any solid ground to stand on, he accuses the witness of being the murderer.
Yeah, that's right. I'm no criminal. This third-rate fraud of a lawyer. In that case, why don't we look at it from a different perspective? Let's hear your explanation as to why you're not the murderer. Why, that's easy. For example, there's the name the victim wrote. How about that? Oh, you mean the name Maggie? Yeah, even an idiot like you can read that, right? Well, we already know this was not written by the victim himself. After all, the defendant's name was Maggie, and the victim was left-handed. In other words, in order to make the defendant look guilty, the real criminal used the victim's right hand to write her name on the ground. But wouldn't that mean that the real criminal was someone the defendant knew? Otherwise, how else would the person know her name was Maggie or Maggie? That is a good point. The witness didn't even know a Miss Bird before this trial. Forgot. Is there any way this creep could have known Maggie's name beforehand? It would be best if I could prove that the witness had a chance to learn that the defendant's name was Maggie. Now, will the defense please present its case? How could the witness have known the defendant's name? Mr. Wellington, you didn't have your cell phone with you on the day of the murder, correct? So what if I didn't? When you realized you had lost it, what did you do? What did I do? Didn't you try to find it by calling it? Why, how did you...
Your Honor, these questions have nothing to do with...
Overruled. Mr. Wright, where are you going with this line of questioning? Do you think there is some relation between the witness's cell phone and the murder? I do, Your Honor. On the day of the murder, Maggie Bird picked up the lost phone in the park. And she also received a phone call from the owner of the phone.
Hello?
Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone.
Is this yours? I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back.
I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
You can call me Maggie.
That was when you learned that her name was Maggie. But you made a fatal mistake. My client's name is Maggie, but the name that was written on the ground was Maggie. That doesn't really make sense when I'm saying it out loud. You have to be reading it. This is the mistake that could only occur if all you knew was how her name sounded. Order!
But, Your Honor, the witness has no motive.
And your point is?
It's very simple, Your Honor. A person usually would not kill someone without a reason. Mr. Wellington had no reason to kill anyone.
That is absolutely correct. I don't have a motive. Mr. Wright? Your Honor, can you explain what motive this witness could have had? Very simple, Your Honor. Are you sure, Nick? If I said I can't offer an explanation, then the trial's over, right?
Yeah, but...
Now then, please present to the court the proof that the witness had a motive. Mr. Wellington's motive is right here. What is this, a list? These phone numbers were pulled from the memory of the phone the defendant found, and we have determined that the people on this list are members of a certain group. You looked up all those numbers? Of course. This list of phone numbers was stored in the cell phone's memory. The names and numbers belong to the people who are members of a certain con artist group.
What? Con artists? Can you explain what these numbers were on your phone, Mr. Wellington?
This is an outrage, an invasion of privacy. Looking up the phone numbers of a person's phone is a worse crime than murder. I couldn't say that in court, but... You know, you do you, white guy. I don't care, Mr. Wellington. All I want for you to tell us what this list is about. You think any of you know what it's like to be such a refined man as me?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness.
Objection overruled. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Why would the witness have the numbers of a group of con artists on his phone? Mr. Wellington is a member of this very group. All your friends' phone numbers are stored right here on this phone. If anyone were to look into these phone numbers, it would be all over for you. That is why you had to kill. No, this is too much. That doesn't make quite a bit of sense. Well, Mr. Wellington, would you care to explain? I got you now. The police officer...
Your Honor.
What is it, Mr. Payne?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness.
You said the exact same thing only a few seconds ago.
Please, let's think about the content of that phone call.
It's searching for my phone. Is this yours?
The defendant had already promised that she would return the phone. After that, all Mr. Wellington had to do was meet Miss Bird and get his phone back. Why then would he need to kill anyone?
That is a valid point. What does the defense think about this? If you think about it logically, then it makes sense.
Then maybe we should be thinking outside the box.
Yeah, if we think like that, let's see. Maybe that slime ball saw something at the crime scene that made him commit murder. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? Well, I don't think Mr. Wellington went to pick up his phone in a very friendly manner.
But he was promised his phone, so why would he have been unfriendly to the defendant?
I think he must have seen something that didn't agree with him when he got there. Well then, Mr. Wright, what was this something that didn't agree with the witness? What Mr. Wellington saw was the victim.
The victim? You mean Dustin Prince?
Dustin Prince had gone on his date right after his shift was over. No time to change, he went to the park still wearing his police uniform. Oh. He couldn't have known they were going out, so he began to worry. He was afraid the policeman would ask him a few questions before returning the phone. If I do anything suspicious, he meant run a background check on my phone. In his mind, it was possible that they had already run a check on the phone. And he went into a panic, is what you're saying. Exactly. Officer Prince was murdered simply because he was in uniform. Mr. Payne, do you have any comments?
I'm thinking.
Seems the truth has come out at last. The witness, Mr. Wellington, you are... Impressive. Not bad for a person with a third-rate education. What's that supposed to mean? The evidence. Evidence! All you've been waving around and talking about is that suspicious cell phone. Suspicious phone number this, suspicious con group that. They're all on that phone. But who's to say that phone is really mine? Where's your proof? Your evidence? You want proof that this phone is yours? I already told you earlier, that phone I lost, I already found it. You don't even have the slightest idea who the phone in your hand belongs to. But you can be sure it isn't mine, you simpleton. Feels good to see you squirm. We do seem to have a problem on our hands with this phone. Whose phone is it? Without knowing that, it's meaningless as evidence. Your Honor, this is bad. I can't let them turn the tables on me like this. Cell phone. There has to be something I overlooked. Maybe... We should check the for fingerprints. Yes, Mr. Wellington must have left some prints on this phone.
Nick, don't you remember when you got that from Maggie, you wiped it off?
I what?
You said there was sand all over it, so... Wait, I wiped it? Pretty thoroughly, too.
It's so much fun watching third-rate trash babble like morons amongst themselves. He's made a complete recovery. How many times do I have to say this? My phone is right here, you see? Oh, and incidentally, you can't check the number stored on this phone. It must have glitched because all the numbers just magically disappeared. You've got to be joking. He erased all the numbers so I was going to use as evidence. Mr. Wellington? What's this? By the tone of your voice, it sounds like you still have some fight left in you. Where did you finally find your phone? Oh, you are too much. And of course you have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh my god, I remember. Looks like they're on. Oh, good, I finally found it. So that's when... What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? Why the harsh glare in your eyes? Nick, we've worked so hard to get this far, but if you don't do something quick, he's gonna get off scot-free. I know this phone has to be his, but how am I supposed to prove something like that? Mr. Wright, if you cannot prove who the owner of that cell phone is, your indictment has no basis and therefore no power. It looks like you came up a penny short. Where did I go wrong? Don't blame yourself. You're merely a third-rate lawyer. You only made one big mistake. Who are you? What are you? That's something you haven't figured out for yourself yet. Who am I? The court hereby concludes this cross-examination. If that will be all, I'll have to bid you gentlemen and ladies goodbye. I have a reservation at that ultra-fancy restaurant on the upper side of town.
Thank you for your assistance. You've had a stressful day, so please, bon appetit.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just let it go at that? Please wait, Your Honor. Alright, Nick. I think I may be able to prove it. Prove it? Prove what, Mr. Wright? Everything.
Your Honor, the cross-examination has already ended. Besides, the defense is just going to badger the witness with more inane questions.
You will not harass the witness. Is that clear, Mr. Wright? Did you hear that? No harassment allowed, Mr. Attorney. Please, Your Honor. Very well, but this is your last chance, Mr. Wright. You may present one piece of evidence to the court. I only get one shot at this? You cannot prove everything. It's over. For your client and for you. Do you fully understand? Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure you are well aware, Your Honor, but the cross-examination period has ended.
Were you paying attention, Mr. Payne? I said that Mr. Wright could present only one piece of evidence. Now then, Mr. Wright, this is your last chance. It all comes down to this. It's go time. Please present the one piece of evidence that will explain everything. Why, thank you. How nice. Here, please have one of mine. Wait, what am I doing? This isn't time to be exchanging business cards. Your Honor, there is something very important about that card, and that is... The card is important because of what is on the back. You wrote your cell phone number on the back, but that's exactly it. Can you please call this number from your cell phone? Right now? But the court is still in session. It's okay, you'll see. Okay, if you say so. Is the defense preparing something, Mr. Wright? We're gonna call my cell phone now, and then the court will see everything for what it is. Of all the idiotic, stupid things to... Ah! What is my phone, and what is with the stupid sounding ringtone? Oh, Mr. Wellington? How strange. I could almost swear that you're holding my phone. You're... No, I can't. By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for the lump on my head this morning. I don't think I need to explain anything further, except to say... When you went to retrieve your cell phone, you mistakenly took the wrong one. So that's what happened. You were knocked out by Mr. Wellington. He is a man who lives on his pride and self-image alone, and in order to hide his involvement with the con artist group, he has become paranoid and he has lost all ability to make rational judgments.
Then, Mr. Wright, the phone you're holding?
Mr. Wellington's, naturally. Speaking of that man, how is he, Mr. Payne? I figured I'd ask before we execute him.
He was arrested and being taken away, Your Honor.
Very well. Now then, this court finds the defendant Maggie Bird. That is all. Court is adjourned. I knew that the real you would shine through eventually. I'm so moved by what you've done for me, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I feel really bad for Dustin. He didn't do anything to deserve this. It's probably because of me.
Huh?
My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Your whole life? That can't be that bad, can it? Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the ninth floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed in almost every test I've ever taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and never won or even tied at a game of tic-tac-toe. My life has really been nothing but a string of disasters. That's pretty bad. Up until I went to college, I was known as the Goddess of Misfortune. And then at the academy, everyone called me Lady Luckless. Lady Luckless? What's worse is that my misfortune always seems to latch on to those around me. What do you mean? When I see someone in trouble, I always try to help. That's right, you were talking about this earlier. Happened again recently too, sir. There was an old lady pacing back and forth by the pedestrian crosswalk. I gave her my hand, and before I knew it, we were having dinner at my house. Oh? I'm sure that Dustin's gone because of me. It's not true. That glove didn't even have any sort of special meaning. It was just the present to say thanks for covering one of my night shifts. Oh, I see. Everything is all my fault. Dustin's death, your head being all messed up. Well, I don't think my head is that messed up yet. I'm going to find a new life for myself starting now. The next time we meet, I'm sure I'll have found a whole ocean's worth of good luck by then, sir. Yeah, after all, the Goddess of Misfortune is only a name. You bet. I'm gonna make it, I promise. Next time we meet, I'll only be an unlucky person instead of a goddess. That's the spirit. Well, Mr. Right, Maya, I should get going. Good luck. Thanks. You take care of yourselves, too. What a horrible day. Got my memory back, but things are still a little fuzzy. But you're okay, and that's what counts. You really had me worried. Come on, let's go back to the office. I'm afraid to ask, but here it goes. So, this might sound bad, but who are you? What? I thought you said you got your memory back. At that moment, everything really did come back to me. Gumshoe, he's someone I've had clashes with in the past during certain cases. He's also been a good ally during others. Judge, he's a lovable, kind old man who is easily swayed by other people's opinions, but in the end he always comes up with the right verdict. This person, I haven't got a clue. Seems to know me, but maybe he's mistaking me for someone else? And this girl, Maya? Finally remembered. This is Maya Fey, my assistant. That's right, I have so many unforgettable memories about her. For example, Earthnick, what's wrong? You keep staring at me. Don't tell me you've missed me. Oh, well, yeah, I suppose I have. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Oh, well, I'm back now, so it's time for us to create new memories together. Alright, sounds good. All the phone numbers on my phone were erased by Mr. Wellington. I guess I have to start over from the very beginning. Come on, Nick, let's go to our usual burger joint. Okay. Actually, it hasn't even been that long since she came back into my life. And that story began on one rainy afternoon 2 months ago. That was no accident. I was drugged with sleeping pills. I was murdered by that person. It's only fair, isn't it? Beanie? Finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault you didn't do it. No, I did it. I killed that person. But that wasn't you. It doesn't matter. It might as well have been me. Can't believe something like this happened. The events of that gloomy, rainy afternoon that started this whole mess keep playing through my mind. What depressing rain. Do you understand how depressed that makes me? Do you? I guess. But actually, more than being depressed, I'm angry. Angry at that weather girl on TV. Think our little rainy spell will take a break with a day of sun. Is what that girl said. I'd stake my life on it. Well, it's the weather. That's why I didn't bother to bring an umbrella today. What nerve calling herself a weather girl? She's going to hear about my $1,500 suit. About your case? Unless you're planning on suing the weather girl? Sorry. Thought that before we got down to business, we could have some friendly chatter. My name is Dr. Turner Gray. I'm a surgeon. Remind me never to end up under his knife. I'm here today because of this incident. Malpractice at Gray Surgical Clinic. 14 inpatients lose their lives. Oh, you're the doctor. It's really quite upsetting. Did you hear me? Upsetting! Yes, I heard you. I agree. It's quite upsetting, Dr. Gray. The one that screwed up, that was that nurse. It was her that got the medications mixed up and killed those 14 patients. And yet, now listen good, and yet, that nurse had the nerve to go and die before admitting to her wrongdoing. She didn't even offer any sort of explanation to me. And this is the kicker. She up and has herself a grand old accident and crashes her car. Smash! Crunch, instantly transforming her car into an accordion model. That's right. About a year ago, all the tabloid shows were talking about it. 14 victims of a medical malpractice and the nurse's mysterious fatal accident. There were rumors that Dr. Gray had actually caused that crash. People said it was to forever hide the person responsible for the malpractice incident. Why would I... No, I'm just gonna say this once. Why on earth would I want to kill that nurse? She's the one who killed those 14 patients, not me. I think you need to take a deep breath, Doctor, and focus. More to the point, this case is over a year old. Why bring it up now? It's simple, because the situation is slipping out of my grasp. This just won't do. My clinic isn't seeing nearly as many patients nowadays. I wonder why. Do you understand what that means? It means they're not coming to my clinic. Yes, that's exactly what you said. You don't say. But for me, I don't think I'd want to go either. So, what would you like me to do about it? I want you to help me prove I'm innocent. You do realize I'm a lawyer, not a private investigator, right? No, this is something only you could do. Maya Fey, you know this girl, correct? Maya? Why would he know her name? Heard you were working under her for a little while. Well, yes, I mean... Hey, wait a second! Worked under her? Yes, am I wrong? She told me, so I'm not quite sure if... Well, we worked a few trials together. She went back to her hometown to undergo more training. Ah, yes, I heard. It must be lonely for you. What? Wait, I'm not... She must be an extraordinary girl to handle such rigid training. Huh? I have an acquaintance who knows a lot about these mystical sort of things. She's the one who introduced me to Miss Fey. Is Maya really that famous? And I've already set up an appointment. For what? What else? A channeling! I'm going to have her call the spirit of that nurse that went and got herself killed. Oh, Maya? I wonder what she's up to right now. We, the women of the Fey clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. That's what she told me. I guess she's learned to accept her responsibilities and become an adult. Not counting training, this will be her first time channeling a spirit, so she gave me one condition before accepting my request. A condition? The condition is you, Mr. Wright. She said that she wouldn't do the channeling without first seeing you again. Me? That is why I've searched you out. You want to see her too, don't you? And so, that is how I ended up visiting Maya's hometown with the doctor. So this is Khura'in Village, Maya's hometown. Oh, why, hello there. What an odd little girl. Hey, wait up, Pearly! Someone else is coming this way. Nick! Maya, how are you? It's good to see you again. Wow, I didn't think you'd really show up. It's not that big a deal. You made it sound like you were so far away. Well, maybe I exaggerated just a little. It was only 2 hours by train. If I had known you were this close, I'd have visited more. No, you're not allowed. I already decided, you know. Until I become an adult, I have to work hard and be strong by myself. Oh, well, anyway, congratulations. I'm glad to hear training is going well for you. Looks like you finally become a full-fledged medium taking on your first job. Yeah, I didn't think it would be this soon, but this case, do you know the messy story behind it? Behold the power of the Maya Intelligence Network. Let's see, 14 people died because of malpractice on Dr. Gray's part, right? And, to pin the blame on the nurse, he killed her in what appeared to be a car accident. Huh? So what is this Maya Intelligence Network anyway? The tabloids. That's what I thought. Just pulling your leg, Nick. What really happened is the exact opposite. I heard all about it from Dr. Gray. Oh, come on, Nick. I wouldn't take a crazed killer as a client. It's too scary even for me. Yeah, I guess so. So, this is your hometown, huh? Yep, Garain Village, but I've heard people call this place Medium Valley, too. Interesting. So everyone that lives here is a spirit medium? Pretty much. Most of my ancestors were too, I think. That's probably true, since the Fey ability to communicate with the dead is so strong. Actually, only the women of this village are mediums, so what do the men do? They usually work someplace outside the village. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about the girl we saw earlier. Do you know her? Oh, you mean Pearly? Pearly? Pearl, Faye. She's my cousin. Isn't she adorable? Just like yours truly. Cousin? Wait, then that means, is she also... Yep, she's a medium too. Pearly's a real genius when it comes to channeling. I hope I didn't scare her too... Yeah. Hope I didn't scare her when I tried to talk to her earlier. Nah, it's not you. My aunt drilled it into her head that if a suspicious-looking person tries to talk to you, run away. Suspicious-looking? Well, you're not wearing training clothes for starters. Of course not. Pearly is my aunt's most valued treasure, so she's not allowed to go outside of town. She doesn't know much about the world outside of Garain Village. Aunt? Pearly's mother is my aunt, duh. Come on, Nick. Well, I've got to get going. It's about time for the channeling to start. Oh, yeah. I'm doing the channeling in my house, so come on in, okay? After I'm done, we can grill up some juicy burgers. Alright, good luck, Maya. Well, at least she's still the same perky Maya. Ah, Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you showed. Some nice weather we're having today, aren't you happy? No, not at all. That stupid weather girl made the wrong call again. It will rain cats and dogs today, she said with a straight face. I can't believe they allow such misguided reports on the public airwaves. Looks like talking about the weather with this guy is just asking for punishment. But anyway, this is a splendid matter. No argument there. It's hard to believe that this is Maya's house, though. I was given a guide map to this building. Here, Mr. Wright, I have a copy for you, too. Wow. Such a strange atmosphere in here. These flickering lights, I guess they're candles. Good sir, who might you be? My name is, Phoenix Wright? Oh, you must be that good sir. Good sir, is she talking about me? You are a lawyer, are you not, good sir? I have heard much about you from Mystic Maya. That's so. Mystic Maya. I am Mystic Maya's aunt, Morgan Fay. Nice to meet you. I had wanted to speak with you about a certain incident, good sir. It would seem that perhaps you asked too much of Mystic Maya in performing your duties. Most unbecoming, I'm afraid. Huh? Don't tell me you have already forgotten that it was if it not for Mystic Maya and her assistants, you surely would not have won. First the girl that runs away, and now an old lady who says I stink at doing my job. When did I become the poster boy for how not to make a first impression? The past is the past, though. Let us speak of the present now. Thank you.
So why do you add Mystic to Maya's name? Isn't that a little strange? Good sir. Yes? How dare you be so rude and disrespectful towards Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. She must be addressed by her proper title, good sir. You must call her Mystic Maya. So about Mystic Maya, it is the blood. Excuse me? Blood? Mystic Maya carries the blood of the Master. In her actuality, she's the only one remaining. Only one remaining? What's that supposed to mean? Mystic Maya is the last of the rightful heirs of the Kurain channeling technique. Okay, then where do you stand? That is a little more complicated. Although a woman of the Fae Clan, I am merely a member of the Branch family. What's that? It is as it sounds. For a member of the Branch family, no matter her spiritual power, she can never become master of the Kurain school. So, how strong are you? It is a shame, however, I will admit, I cannot even begin to compare the loneliness of my power to the Master's. That's how it is. So today's channeling will be your first. Yes, good sir. Because the spirit of a person who... Oh, shit. I accidentally held down the sync button by mistake. Because the spirit of a person who dies in a traffic accident is usually very strong, it is usually easier to call that person to our world. Traffic accident indeed. The channeling will take place here in this channeling chamber, good sir. As you can see, I am in the process of preparing. So, this room is the channeling chamber. The place where a spirit medium speaks with those who have departed. I don't suppose you'd mind if we observe the session? Do not even think of such nonsense. Only the medium and the client may enter here. Oh, the secrets of the Kurain techniques cannot be seen by just anybody. I never stopped Maya from doing it in front of me before. It is also good for your safety, if something were to go wrong. That is why, while channeling is being performed, that heavy door is securely locked. Oh, that's what the lock is for. Oh, yes, I was wondering if you had yet to meet Pearl, good sir. She is an adorable, angelic young girl. Oh, she is my daughter. Now then, what were you about to say? What a cute daughter you have. A pure heart that knows not of the evils in this world is a powerful thing, good sir. Please refrain from affiliating with her, I request. Well, it's not like I had a chance to anyway. I must insist and stress that you not let it occur. Okay, I get it. Wow, this garden is really breathtaking. Someone put a lot of love into it. What is that over there? Is that an incinerator? It looks a little out of place in a garden like this. So this is the side room. It looks more like a break room. There's a bedding spread out on the floor. It looks like someone's sleeping in one. Shouldn't disturb them. Hey, you, hold on now. This gal's got a few questions to ask. I'm sure I've heard that southern accent somewhere before. Oh, well, I'll be. It's Mr. Phoenix Wright. How you been? I haven't seen you in, what, a year? You are, lot of hair, was it? Lot of who? Wait, you best not be making fun of my hair now. No, I wasn't making fun. I was complimenting you on your fine hair. I dare say you're one heartless man, Mr. Wright. It was cause of my testimony that your friend got out of being guilty, but looks like you already forgot that. Hold up, you were working with the prosecution at first as one of their witnesses and came after us as if we were a piece of sirloin steak. Minor detail. Stop being so uptight, letting little things get in the way. Name's Hart. A lot of heart. Don't you go forgetting it. Oh, that's it. Now listen here. I'm here to take some pictures today. Gonna get myself a real scoop. So I guess you're still at it, being a photographer, I mean. You betcha, the hardest working one out there, I reckon. Did say I was gonna make a name for myself as a famous paranormal photographer? Oh, that's right. This ain't no time to be wasting time. Channon's about to get started. Is it that time already? We all should hurry up and get to the meditation room. What are you waiting for? Come on.
A lot of heart, huh? I've been judging her harshly because of that case, but I guess looking back, we had some good times too. We will now begin the channeling. Mystic Maya and honored guest, please proceed into the channeling chamber. With this, I can finally swaddle those pesky flies once and for all. You hear me? They won't be able to say a single bad thing about me after this. You would love to hear them apologize, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? Me? Oh, yeah, I sure would. Mystic Maya, do you have the channeling chamber key? Yep, right here. That is the most satisfactory. That key is one of a kind, so please take care of it well. It'll be fine, Aunt Morgan. I won't lose it, trust me. Okay, Dr. Gray, let's get started. Finally, let's go. Now let us wait patiently out here for them. Please have some lovely bitter green tea and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. Hold on now, Granny. Granny? How come we ain't allowed in that room? Dear madam, you have an impressive grasp of English. From where did you learn it? What? I'm from the heart of the Heartland. Is that so? Then I humbly request that you return to this heart of the Heartland. What are you... This is the Kurain village. If you cannot follow our tradition and rules, we request that you leave. Sorry. Oh, she shut Lotta up. Now that's impressive. Now then, let us wait. Hey, now, what was that just now? Came from inside the channeling chamber. Hey, now that's a gunshot. Excuse me? I've heard that sound before. It's a gunshot. I bet my afro on it. Maya's in there. Well, Mr. Lawyer, what's the plan? What else? We're gonna break in. What? But there's only one key and that kid's got it. We're gonna have to break the door. Is that alright, Miss Fate? Well, yes, but there is one matter that is... Don't try to stop me. You can send the repair bill to the Wright & Co. offices later. Yeah, now that's what I call being a man. Dr. Gray? I was murdered. Maya? That man murdered me. So I killed him. What? Lotta, at a time like this? Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, is she Maya? Step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. But hurry, before there are more victims here. Hey, let's go, city boy. Leave this to Granny. Cell phone doesn't get reception way out here, so I ended up having to use the phone booth to call the police. And they're on their way. That's good. Lordy, saw a genuine, mysterious phenomenon. She's really on edge because of all this. Not that I blame her. I'm scared to death by what's going on. That gal, Maya, she wasn't the one that pulled the trigger, was she? Oh, yeah. Lotta doesn't know that when Maya is channeling, her whole physical appearance changes. Then again, weren't there only the two of them in there? I reckon she must have done it then. Lotta, what do you know about Dr. Gray? Not much, but I did some digging. That one gent with a bad reputation. Really? Here he's good at surgery and stuff, but his personality stinks like a wet sheet. Sort of got the same impression myself. He's real controlling. As soon as his nurse or patients don't do what he says, he starts a hollering. Must have been real rough to work for him. Ah, Mr. Wright. Miss Faye, how's Maya? She has returned to this world. The spirit severing technique was successful. Let me see her, please. If she's still unconscious, I humbly request that you wait for outside for her recovery. Guess I just have to wait. Police are here. Sorry to keep you waiting. You again? What are you doing all the way out here, Detective Gumshoe? It's actually kind of funny.
I was in the area for a business trip, pal. Well, time to check out the crime scene. I'll have to question everyone here later on, so just sit tight, alright? Why is he grinning at me? Shall I show you the scene of the crime, Detective Jim Shoe? My name isn't Jim Shoe. Two of them went into the channeling chamber. I guess all I can do now is see what everyone else has to say. Pretty sure there was someone sleeping here earlier. Like, how can I help you? That is, like, so isn't it about time to start? Huh? Time to start what? You know, like the channeling. Channeling? Oh, no, actually the situation has kind of changed. Huh? Like, what do you mean? Please stay calm, but there's been a murder. So, like, a murder is that thing where, like, one person kills another, right? Yes, a person has killed another person. Oh, that's, what are the words I'm looking for? It's like totally a bummer? Yeah, after all that effort, that's all she has to say? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to, like, introduce myself. My name is Eenie Meenie. At the college, I'm researching and studying parapsychology. Parapsychology? That's right. I think people, like, usually call it occult studies or something? Like supernatural phenomenon, ESP and psychic powers? That sort of stuff. That's pretty out there. I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. So what brings you here today? Like, so I was the one who told Dr. Gray about this place. He asked me, like, do you know of any good spirit mediums? Dr. Gray did say something about being introduced to this place, cause, like, talking to dead people and, like, multiple personalities are my thing. I see, then why were you here taking a nap? Like, I wasn't feeling good? Huh? I'm, like, allergic to sesame seeds. They, like, must have put some in the food they served for lunch. Oh, that doesn't sound fun. So I, like, felt sick and came in here to, like, sleep. She is the absolute fucking worst, but I have to admit I love doing the voice. It's so much fun to do this particular voice, and I don't know why. I have to try to make her as annoying as possible because I fucking hate this character. I totally feel like I've wasted my time because I, like, slept a long time. So you were sleeping here the entire time? Yeah, ever since lunch. So you don't know anything about the murder that took place? Like, what? Oh, that. I, like, totally know nothing. So, who was, like, you know, killed? A surgeon that requested the channeling, Dr. Gray. Why does my controller get disconnected? I blame her. You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right? I don't know any Dr. Gray. Oh, really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier? Huh? Well, like, long time ago? I was, like, a patient. Yeah. She sounds like she's trying to hide something. There's no one here, as usual. Ah! Hey, how are you? You're Pearl, right? Silent as ever. What's that she's got in her hand? Seen it somewhere before. What is it? Is it my hair? Is it too spiky? Not spiky enough? She's probably scared out of her wits after having a murder take place right by her. Lotta? God, don't let me be next! Don't scare me like that. What do you mean? You're the one scaring me. If I weren't so tough, you'd have another dead body on your hands. Mine! Did you see or notice anything that stuck out at you? Nah, well, maybe one thing. What is it? Turns out my poor stomach's not good at handling this kind of thing.
What? Curses and ghosts and stuff coming back to get you? This is just too much, I say. What is too much? Being an occult photographer? That's some scary stuff, so I think I'm gonna try to be a celebrity photographer now. Going after photos more within your reach from now on? More glamour, less gore? What's up? Oh yeah, what is it? I took some hot pictures earlier. Remember, I took some pictures at the murder scene inside. She did, 2 even. The seance murder. I sure like the ring of that. It'll be a sensational story. Sorry, but my journalistic instinct sense is burning inside me. Hate to cut and run, but I'm heading back in. Gotta beat the... okay, she's talking way too fast. I don't know who's scary, a Lauder or the spirits, and why does it feel like we've been through this before? Police are busily running out here and there. I don't see Maya anywhere. Hey, you, don't touch anything. Look, I really need to ask you some questions. Don't look at me like I'm some sort of uncaring jerk. Tell you what, pal. I'll let you ask me a few questions, alright? About Maya. Hate to break this to you, pal, but the way things look now, that girl's the only one who could have done it. Yeah, only Maya and the victim were inside this room after all. But Maya is... You're gonna ask more about her later, pal. Right now, I've got a job to do, and that's collecting evidence. Active Gumshoe looks like a real professional, and yet something about his expression still looks the same. So, Dr. Gray was shot with a gun, huh? He was shot in the forehead, but he was also stabbed in the chest with a knife. A knife? Basically, the Vic was first stabbed, and then he was shot. Oh, dear madam, you have such impeccable timing. Like, what's all the buzz? Alright, everyone, listen up. You too, pal. I'm gonna give you all a brief update. Right now, it looks like the investigation's not gonna be done until real late. That is a terrible shame. I propose that everyone sleep on here under the roof of the Fey Manor tonight. What a mess. I can't believe how crazy this day turned out. Maya was arrested and taken away by the police. I don't see myself getting any sleep tonight. Guess I must have nodded off at some point. Hope Miles okay. I should head to the detention center. Nick, Maya, what am I gonna do? I never imagined it would turn out like this. Calm down, Maya. Take deep breaths. Come to think of it, the first time I met her, it all started right here in this detention center. I finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. No, I did it. I killed that person, but that wasn't you. It doesn't matter. It might as well have been me. I was too weak, and I couldn't control the spirit's powers, so... I don't want to bring up the case quite yet, but you don't have to be nice to me. I understand. So you're the master or something of the Kurain School of Channeling? Actually, my mother is for now. But since the title is passed from mother to daughter, I guess I will be someday. But many people think that channeling isn't real, that it's all just an act. You believe in us, don't you? Yeah, because I've seen it with my own eyes. But Maya's channeling a spirit, not only her voice. Her whole physical appearance changes. It's a supernatural phenomenon that occurs every time. Happened this time, too. Dr. Gray said that he wanted to call that nurse, so... Maya's body must have taken on the nurse's appearance. What exactly happened in the channeling chamber? I went into that room with Dr. Gray, locked the door, and sat down across from him. Okay. We closed our eyes and I began the channeling. This sounded kind of creepy, like the beginning of a scary story. That's the last thing I remember. What? After a spirit comes into my body, I lose myself, my consciousness. Then you don't remember a single thing. When I came to, I was being held in my aunt's arms, and there was blood all over my clothes. But I do remember having a dream. A dream? What kind of dream did you have while you were channeling? I can't remember it all that well, but I was dead and buried in the ground. Couldn't move, and it was unbearable, really suffocating. It went something like that. I see. I have no idea what to say to that. It's a really familiar smell, too. Under the ground? Yeah, I can't quite place it, but I know I've smelled that same scent before. Yeah, this is all the information I'm going to gather for today. I'll be back later, Maya. In the meantime, please make sure you prepare it, okay? Huh? It? What is it? The document requesting me to be your attorney, of course. But what's wrong? Are you sure? I mean, I'm guilty. I'm a murderer. No one's decided that yet. But I did. I killed that person with these 2 hands. It's enough, Maya. It's hopeless. If you defend me, you'll lose. I'm sure. Stop it. Help. Nick, help me. I'm scared. Don't worry. I will. When is the trial? It sounds like it's tomorrow. As usual, 0 prep time. Alright, I'm going now. Wait. This jewel. This is called a Magatama. It's a magical charm and it has always protected me. Give this to Pearly and I'm sure she'll lend you her spiritual powers. I have to save Maya no matter what. It's her life on the line. What in the world happened in that room yesterday? Meditation room nurtures all mediums, young and old, even mediums in training, I'd wager, but it's pretty deserted today. Probably because of the murder yesterday. No shit, really? Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. I should take this chance and thoroughly check the room. If I'm lucky, I might uncover a clue or two. Oh, Mr. Wright. Good morning. I'm on my way to go meet Mystic Maya. I thought to bring her some items to make her feel more at home. Namely, tea so bitter you lose your tongue, and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. I'm sure Maya will be very grateful. She is one scary lady. Oh dear sweet Mystic Maya. Pearl wept constantly for you last night, as did I. You know it's important for me to search the site, but I should ask her some questions too while I have the chance. It's a beautiful, expensive folding screen. It also looks quite old. There seems to be some sort of sacred text written on it, but I can't read it. This is a hole? Could this have been made by a bullet? Holding screen added to the court record. I would like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. Do you mean that awful tragedy? No. That man murdered me, so I killed him. What happened here in this room after I left? Well, first I struck Mystic Maya on the head to make her go unconscious, correct? That's correct. Next I performed the spirit severing technique. Spirit severing technique. The spirit of that nurse was inside Mystic Maya's body. I used the technique to send the nurse spirit back to the other world. I wonder if this kind of testimony is even admissible in a court of law. By the way, what is this room exactly? Channeling chamber? This room was created for the sole purpose of preventing such a tragedy as yesterday. What do you mean? Sometimes when an inexperienced medium calls an especially strong spirit, the spirit may become violent and revolt, as you witnessed yesterday. Revolt, but how? When a spirit enters a medium's body, she loses her will and herself steps aside. To put it another way, the spirit is borrowing the medium's body, good sir. But isn't it extremely dangerous? An experienced medium has little problem controlling a spirit. But Mystic Maya, that was her first channeling, and that was why I insisted on locking the door. However, I never thought that would be calling a danger upon the client himself. I'm grateful that one of our heirlooms was not damaged in this horrible incident, and that would be that folding screen there. It is the Karain Sacred writings. Along with the Karain Sacred Urn, they are this village's most treasured possessions. If I ever found out that something had happened to either one, the humanity. Odd for her to be worrying about the folding screen at a time like this. I guess this isn't just some dilapidated old screen after all. How is Pearl today? Mr. Wright? Yes? In this world, Pearl is my most treasured possession. When compared to even Mystic Maya, Pearl has the spiritual power to become a master. It's very impressive. Until now, the women of the Branch family have thought themselves to be inferior. But Pearl is different. Spiritual strength is so great, it's even greater than some of the main family. Yes, Pearl is a channeling prodigy and the pride of the Branch family. She's really fired up now. In any case, our world is so different from yours, perhaps it's best for you to quit, good sir. Quit? Quit what? Well, then I do believe it's time for me to take my leave. Alright, please tell Maya I said hi. What was that? You mean Mystic Maya? I will tell her. Oh, hey, like, you're the guy from yesterday? The, dentist guy? No, I'm a lawyer! That's right, Mr. Smith, Esquire. That's right. Wait, I mean, you're wrong. My name is Wright. Smith, right? Well, I got like 3 letters at least. I don't think she gets the point. Anyway, why are you here? So, like, I study this thing called parapsychology at this college. You told me about that yesterday, the sesame seed allergy too. What I'd really like to know is why you're still here today. Oh, so like that's what you meant. You like should have been more like clear about it. Sorry, my bad. No, it's okay. Like it's really. That's it. Why'd you stop mid-sentence? Did I? So I like. What was I talking about again? If Lada ever wanted another genuine mysterious phenomenon, it's right here. So why are you still here? Like, there's so much for me to, like, study here. Like, what? Like, the medium's training, or, like, how they inherit their spiritual power? Suppose this village is the real thing, after all. So, like, I asked if I could stay here for, like, a little longer. Sure seems like the carefree type, at least on the surface. Have you heard about the murder? It's, like, totally scary, she says, with a silly smile plastered on her face. So, do you know anything about it that might help? Somehow, I don't think she has a grip on reality, let alone what's going on here. About the victim, Dr. Gray? I don't know who you're talking about. Like, wait, I think you asked about him like yesterday too? Right, her reaction yesterday when I asked was... Okay, she's definitely hiding something from me. Like, is something wrong? You surprised me. And how are you today? Guess she isn't open to friendly chatting. She's still holding something in her hand. Looks like the same thing she had yesterday. Oh, yeah, Maya said to give this to you? Ah, I'm in trouble now. If Morgan sees us like this, I'll be the next one they're channeling. That's Mystic Maya's. She spoke. Who are you? I'm Phoenix Wright. I work with Maya. You work with Mystic Maya? You're Mr. Nick, right? Excuse me? I bet I know who she picked Nick up from. I know who you are. You're Mystic Maya's special someone. What? So then, of course, you're gonna help Mystic Maya, aren't you? That's what you're gonna do, right? Well, yeah, I will. Oh, wow, it's like a beautiful fairy tale. Earnest looks shining brightly in your eyes. It must be true love. What? Why am I being boiled into a bright red lobster by this little kid? I'm so jealous of Mystic Maya. What a wonderful relationship. Wait, I mean, things aren't like... I can tell you're a good person. Alright, Mr. Nick, I might be small, but I'm gonna help you in any way I can. Pearl, are you friends with Maya? I feel very grateful to be friends with her. She's so great. I want to be like Mystic Maya when I grow up. I really look up to her. Wow, I had no idea Maya was so revered. Usually when people don't use Mystic Maya's title, I get mad. Oh, sorry, but if it's you, Mr. Nick, then it's okay. Because you're special to her. Where in the world did she get an idea like that? By the way, this may be rude, but which channeling school are you from? Which channeling school? Yes, for example, I study the Kurain technique. Ah, I get it. No, I'm a lawyer. Lawyer? Yep. Is that related to spirit mediums in any way? None that I know of. Thank you for that. Wait, are you telling me you don't know what a lawyer is? I'm sorry, but I have no idea. Maya did say Pearl doesn't know much about the outside world. So, what's that you got there, Pearl? Oh, this? I found it yesterday. If you want it, I can give it to you. Alright, well, if you really want to give it to me. You look like a child at a toy store, Mr. Nick. She not only speaks in a refined manner, but laughs in one, too. Mr. Nick? Yes, Pearls, I can call you that, right? You're too cute just to call you Pearl. Sure, Mr. Nick, but, are you sure it's okay for me to have this Magatama? I was told to give it to you, but I can't accept something like this. All I really should do is charge this Magatama with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Please take this. I'm sure it'll be helpful. What do you mean? It will let you see people's secrets. If it's alright with you, I'd like to accompany you for a while. I can explain the Magatama's power to you when we meet someone hiding a secret. Hey, it's you, pal. So you're gonna be her lawyer, I bet. Yeah. Oh, I really feel bad for you, pal. Just this once, I wish I could be on your side. Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, but I shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff to you. Hey, you're a cute kid. I'm not scary, honest. Wow, I never knew Gumshoe liked kids. Hey, I know, I'll show you something cool. How's this? A real genuine pistol. Detective, what are you doing showing something that dangerous? Oh, sorry. Fucking idiot. What about Maya and the charges against her? I don't think you can win, pal. If you're talking about proof, we've got a few pieces. Got proof? Yeah, pal. Testimony. I took some hot pictures earlier, remember? I took some pictures of the murder scene. A lot of hot pictures. I wonder what her camera captured. Besides, you must have realized it by now, pal. There's no way anyone other than Maya... There's no way anyone other than Maya... Damn it, could have done it. What am I supposed to say to Pearls now? About Dr. Gray? The victim wasn't super famous, but people still knew who he was. His face was all over those tabloid shows you last year. Yeah, I know. I was looking through some newspapers from last year, and I could have sworn I had cut an article out, but I guess I must have lost it. Searched through his pockets, and boy, are those big. Looks really interesting, too. Hey, do you have a copy, pal? Copy of that article? I think Dr. Gray might have brought a copy to the office when he came by. Oh, I got... hang on, Detective. I'll be back in, like, 2 hours. Give me a second. Oh, it would be 4 hours. It's 2 hours each way. But more like 5 hours because it's a newspaper, Dr. Grape. Here it is, right on top of my desk. It's the only thing left behind that's going to be of any help. And let's go back. Dr. Gray brought this over to my office the other day, and hey, it's the news story, the one about the malpractice suit. 14 patients died, and it caused a huge stink. Yeah, but that's not all, pal. Things only got worse after that. You mean the car accident the nurse died in? Oh, here you go. Brought my own clipping with me today. Here, pal, this is for you. Alright, thanks. About Maya's trial tomorrow, I got 2 pieces of news for you, pal. 2? Yeah, bad news and even worse news. What do you want to hear first? I don't really care. It doesn't change the fact I'm not going to like it. Alright, well, the prosecutor for the trial is Prosecutor Von Karma. What? Von Karma? Manfred Von Karma. He was an awe-inspiring veteran prosecutor. He never lost a case in 40 years of his career. He raised a fearsome disciple. The horrible aftertaste of the evil he force-fed me is something I'll never forget. Wait a sec. But didn't Von Karma stand trial? And that's where the other piece of bad news comes in. Von Karma you're facing tomorrow is actually his successor. Successor? So, who is the successor to Von Karma? Literally, pal, it's Prosecutor Von Karma's kid. His kid became a prosecutor real young, like 13, and hasn't lost a trial since. That's what they call a prodigy, pal. Kid, huh? Wait a second, 13? The kid became a prosecutor at the age of 13? I mean, a prodigy like that, I would have heard something about... Oh, no. The kid was born and raised in Germany, pal. That country's got a lot of stuff and is a great place to develop a person's talent. Germany, huh? That's probably why I've never heard of this person. Still, all it takes is someone mentioning the name Von Karma. And I get terrible flashbacks to that case. Get a grip on yourself, Phoenix. None of that matters anymore now that he's gone. Hello again. We've seen a lot of each other today. Oh, she's like totally cute. Is she like your daughter? What? No. How old do you think I am? I want to ask you about the victim, Dr. Gray. I like totally don't know him. What is that? You can see it, can't you, Mr. Nick? You can see the lock on that person's heart. What? This is the power of the Magatama. Only you can see these psych locks, Mr. Nick. Psych locks, huh? The more someone wants to hide their secret, the more locks you will see. It's only one. I think you can easily unlock it. Unlock it, but how? Please use Mystic Maya's Magatama on this person, and let's remove the lock. No idea what she's talking about, but guess I'll give it a try. You must be careful, though, Mr. Nick. It will make a mistake. It will hurt you. If you don't think you have the proof you need, you must have the courage to stop. Well, I've got to start somewhere. Let's give the psych lock thing a try. Eeny meeny, I believe you do know who Dr. Gray is. I told you, how many times do I, after I repeat myself? If you're like so totally sure, then where's like your proof? Well, maybe possibly you never actually met Dr. Gray in person. I do believe you might have at least indirectly known of him. Like, what do you mean, like, indirectly? To try to show that possibility existed for now. Take a look at this newspaper clipping. Like, what is it? A story about an accident? Please read the victim's name. Mimi Miney? Miney is a pretty rare last name, wouldn't you say? Miss Mimi Miney wouldn't happen to be a relative of yours, would she? So you noticed she was my older sister. I'm sorry about your loss. Your sister, was she a nurse, perhaps at Dr. Gray's surgical clinic? Gray's Surgical Clinic. I don't think I need to tell you that the clinic was run by the victim, Dr. Turner Gray. Which is how you knew of Dr. Gray. You knew him through your sister. Please, tell me all you know about Dr. Gray. My sister's name was Mimi Miney. She was like a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic. That's what I thought. I heard that, like, Dr. Gray was really tough on people, like a total slave driver. My sis was, like, always coming home totally wiped out because she was overworked. Wiped out? So is that why she fell asleep at the wheel? That guy, like, drove my sis so hard, like, that's why the accident happened. The one where 14 patients died from malpractice. Yeah, like, I think that was the doctor's fault, too. Sis was pushed by, like, everyone's expectations and, like, her duties and stuff. And that pushed her to her death. Oh, sorry. So, like, are we done? I've already told my story to, like, everyone. You understand now, Mr. Nick? This is how Cyclops work. Well, I don't plan to pry into people's hearts unless I absolutely need to. The lock this time was pretty easy, but you might meet people who aren't as willing to give in later on. If you don't have enough proof, be careful and know when to stop trying. Mr. Nick? I have never left Karain Village. Really? That's pretty amazing. You're going to meet with Mystic Maya, aren't you? Please tell her I said hi. Hey, wait! She ran off again. Well, I know Enie's secret now, but I still don't have any idea how I'm going to save Maya. Don't even know if I should go in there with a smile or a straight face. What am I supposed to do? I'm almost out of time. Can I really do anything? Can I really save her? Sorry to keep you waiting. It must be Maya. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Phoenix? That voice. Mia? Even without me being here, it looks like you've learned to stand on your own. Mia, she's Maya's older sister and my mentor. She was a top-notch defense lawyer, but a certain case forced her into retirement. But whenever I'm in trouble, she comes to help just like this. Her spirit comes back from the other world and borrows Maya's body for a bit. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets, and especially when it gets bad. Mia, you can't smile at the end if you haven't been smiling the whole way there. In any case, the face you're making now is no face to show a client, Phoenix. But, so tell me about it. I'm gonna guess that my sister's in a lot of trouble again. I told her everything about what had happened in the last 2 days. Mia closed her eyes deep in thought while she listened. I see. Mia, what am I supposed to do? It's pretty clear what a good lawyer does in this situation. And that is tell me. Believe in your convictions, and fight for the complete acquittal of your client. You think Maya's not guilty? How can you be so sure? I know she is, and I'll give you a hint as to why. Yes? Mediums can't have dreams. They can't? From what you told me, it sounds like Maya was having a dream while channeling. Yeah, she said she dreamt that she had died and had been buried in the ground. But that's impossible. You've heard it from her, I'm sure. When a medium channels, her own spirit disappears, which means that it's impossible for her to dream during that time. Then what does that mean? I think it's safe to bet that Maya was set up. Set up? It's up to you to blow the lid on this case tomorrow and show how she was set up. How am I supposed to prove her innocence when I have nothing to go on? If you're looking for a clue, it's already in your hands. It is? Just as it sounds, Phoenix, you already hold the key. Really? Come on, show me the key to this case. Alright. Oops. Mia, have you seen this key before? Ah, that key. It's literally the key to understanding everything that's happened in this case. This key? Phoenix, listen, right now that key is sitting in your hand. However, it shouldn't be. It contradicts the facts. What does she mean? I'm certain this key will be the piece of evidence that makes your case tomorrow. You already know everything you need to know. You know what the key to this case is? That is enough. But how can I win tomorrow without knowing who the real murderer is? Who could have... I didn't know it at the time, but this day was going to end with a turn for the surprising. Mia? What? What's wrong? That's right, only I could see the psych locks. Which means Mia must know something about the real murderer, but for this to be something that she would hide under lock and key from even me? What in the world is going on? Okay, I am going to be taking, let's see, we're about 2 hours in, a little over 2 hours in. So I'm going to be taking a 25-minute break or so. Get something to drink, maybe grab a snack real quick, and then we will continue. So I will be back.
What? Prosecutor Von Karma? You mean... No, I heard it's a successor this time. Successor? Manfred Von Karma was really sinister, man. He pulled all sorts of nasty tricks so he can win. He was a man obsessed with the word perfection. He had a perfect record for 40 long years. Who knows what sorts of dirty tricks he used to get each of those guilty verdicts. And now his successor, I wonder what kind of person they will turn out to be. It's no good. Mystic Maya! Pearly! You showed up. Thanks for coming all this way. I was really worried about you. Hey, where's your mother? Didn't you two come together? Mother is watching over the trainees. She said they have training for 2 days straight with no breaks. Huh? Then you came all by yourself? Yep, I snuck out of the manor and followed a map. Don't tell me you walked all the way here. Of course not. I ran. I can't... Oh my. It takes 2 hours by train. Oh. Early, what about the train? Huh? What's a train? I give up. It's time, isn't it? I'm really scared. What if Von Karma tries to do something to me? At least I know Mr. Edgeworth would be nicer to me than Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth? Who is that? He's Nick's rival. Well, he's also a friend. I still remember as though I'd only seen him yesterday. Every trial was a scorchingly fierce battle until the very end. It was always back and forth with them, but when you're rivals for life... Maya, please don't ever mention that name again. Huh? But why, Nick? I'm sorry, I forgot you don't know. He's gone, and he's not coming back. What? Wait a second, what's that supposed to mean? Court will commence shortly. Please proceed into the courtroom. Let's go. Now's not the time to talk about that anyway. Nick? Court is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. Are the prosecution and defense prepared? Keep disconnecting. Oh. The controller actually died this time. Luckily, I have my spare already charged up and ready to go. What is with this kid? Mr. Wright, are you prepared? Huh? Yes, Your Honor. Why does he always seem mad at me? Mr. Phoenix Wright. You must be a little shocked because I'm a woman, correct? Hold on, so she's the famed successor to Prosecutor Von Karma? I am Franziska Von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Revenge? Is this about her father? If it's something of a personal nature, I'm sure you can... Ow, I'm talking. If you interrupt again, my whip will do the speaking for me. Please speak with your mouth like a normal person, I beg you. Make no mistake, I will defeat you. Prepare to go down, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Prosecutor Von Karma, your opening statement, please. Those of the Von Karma blood have only one fate, and that is perfection. The defendant Maya Fey will find no escape from her guilt on my watch. Very well, what is the defense's position? Your Honor, does the defense wish to enter a plea of not guilty? Yes. Foolish fool who foolishly dreams of foolish dreams. 10 minutes. I give the defense 10 minutes before it changes its plea. That's right. I'll have you running for the justified self-defense plea in no time. Justified self-defense. A plea usually reserved for when a person unintentionally kills in defense of themselves. We could very easily make a solid case that it was self-defense, but The defense stands by its plea of not guilty, Your Honor, because the plea justified self-defense is to say you did kill someone. How foolish. If that's how you want to play it, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I shall now call the first witness. She's just as scary as her father. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Witness, your name and occupation? Yes, sir. My name is Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective at the local precinct. Get to the point already. Explain to the court the details of this murder. Yes, sir. If everyone would please look at this map. The channeling chamber has no windows and the door was locked shut. At the time of the murder, only the victim and the defendant were in the room. What were they doing in there? They were channeling a spirit, sir? Channeling a spirit? That's quite the look of disbelief there, Your Honor. Anyway, a few minutes after the channeling started, gunshots were heard coming from inside the room, sir. A few of the witnesses broke the door down and rushed into the room. And that's when they found that the victim was already dead, correct? I believe this is one of the most open and shut cases I've ever presided over. So how was the victim killed? Well, to get to that, stop wasting my time then. The direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead, sir. The shot was fired from point-blank range, but before the victim was shot, he was stabbed in the chest. The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. The murderer used the pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing. So the victim was stabbed before being shot. This is the victim's autopsy report, sir. Court accepts this into evidence. Mr. Wright, you may question the witness. The murder weapon, Detective Gumshoe, whose pistol was it? It was the victim's. The victim? Now, why would he have had a pistol? Who cares? The point that you are missing is whose fingerprints are on that pistol. If you're not already paying attention to that, then I suggest you start. Fingerprints? There were fingerprints. Along with the victims, the defendant Maya face were also on the grip, sir. So the defendant's fingerprints are left on the murder weapon. Looked right into her hands there. Point blank, huh? So how far away is that? It's anywhere between 12 to 20 inches away. And how do you know he was shot at point blank? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I grow tired of the foolish foolery of the foolish fools of this foolish country. Excuse me? Gunpowder burn. Gunpowder burn? When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Gunpowder exploding is what makes a bullet fire, and that gets real hot, pal. And there were definitely some gunpowder burns left on the victim's forehead. Ah, never knew that. Live and learn, I guess. How severe was the wound? If it had been a half an inch more to the right, it would have hit the victim's heart. After a stab like that, it's impossible to fight back, let alone stand. This testimony makes it sound like Maya had stabbed him with the intent to kill. Stabbed? What was he stabbed with? Fruit knife? Seeing whose knife was it? It looks like it belonged to the face, sir. And of course, Maya's face fingerprints are all over it. All over it, huh? This does not look good. What will you do now, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Are you sure he was stabbed first, then shot? Yep, sure can be. At one look at the wounds and you come to the same conclusion, too. A fool is a fool who will only listen to foolish opinions of other foolish fools. A pistol shot to the forehead at point blank is certainly enough to kill instantly. Does it matter then which was first? Think a little more before you open that big mouth of yours, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What a pain. That's enough. We've clearly established how the victim was murdered. Brought the 2 murder weapons with me today. Very well, the court accepts them into evidence. The date and time of death was June 19th at 3:15 p.m. Eyewitnesses claim to have heard 2 gunshots at this time. And the 2 murder weapons, both with the defendant's fingerprints on them, huh? Does seem like an open and shut case. Naturally, this is going from bad to worse. As if the summary just now wasn't oversimplifying things to the extreme. Your Honor, feel free to slam that little gavel of yours. After all, there is no room left for doubt, is there? That's quite true, Mr. Wright. Even in the face of all of this, do you still wish to plead not guilty? It is the opinion of this court that if you do not adjust your plea, you stand to lose. See, just as I promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you would change your plea in less than 10 minutes. What will you do, Mr. Wright? Will you change to justify self-defense? Because now would be the time to do so. This is your final chance. This is a huge decision. Better think this all through all the way. Will plea justify self-defense? We would be basically confessing to the murder. After the trial, Maya's life would be ruined and she would be labeled a murderer. Can't let that happen. Your Honor, have you reached a conclusion, Mr. Wright? The defense will not change its plea. We will accept nothing short of a complete acquittal. You have sealed your fate, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Detective, present the final portion of your testimony. The final strike. Yes, sir. Now, see here, proceedings are run by... Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead, detective, and give your testimony. I think the court would like to hear about the other piece of incriminating evidence. Sorry, pal, but there's even more incriminating piece of evidence. This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. As you can see, it's covered in blood. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. So this is the costume. There's certainly evidence of a back spray of blood on this. Piece directly links to Maya Fey, the crime, sir. See, the court accepts this into evidence. Alright, Mr. Wright. Maya's fingerprints on both murder weapons and blood splatters on her clothes. Could this situation get any worse? What's wrong? You seem to be at a loss. I think this is the last piece of testimony the prosecution should have to offer. Feel free to sulk with your tail between your legs, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Please stop calling me by my full name. It's disturbing. There's blood on the costume. Lab results show that it's the victim's blood. So there is blood from the victim on the defendant's clothes. Definitely not good. So were there any other clues you could glean from this piece of evidence? Well, you must change the topic, then the good detective here must testify again. But too bad, not enough time. Let's move on. Spawn Karma is perfectly correct. Now even the judge is on her side, but if I bite off more than I could chew, what should I do here? Why is Von Karma suddenly putting up resistance? Must be a reason as to why she suddenly threw in an objection like that. There must be something about this costume. I just have to look harder. Von Karma's logic is perfect. There's no way for you to poke a hole in it. It looks like my time is up. So about the costume. Your Honor, actually, there is something very wrong with this piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about, pal? Where is the problem you're talking about? I've come this far. There's no turning back now. I asked the court to please take a look at the sleeve of this costume. The sleeve? There is a tiny hole here. A hole, but that wasn't in the report. Hold on, what's this around the hole? It smells faintly of gunpowder? Gunpowder? No one ever told me. A hole that smells of gunpowder looks like I found the hole I was looking for. Your Honor, the only logical conclusion you can make that it must be a bullet hole. Order! This is a very grave matter. It's best we correct the court record first before anything else. Sorry about that. I guess we messed up, sir. Is she actually smiling? What else is she hiding? Pull yourself together, detective. That tiny hole doesn't change a thing. The strength of the evidence still holds. Continue with your testimony. That just now was a fluke, nothing more. How can you say something like that? This is a huge oversight. Well, I agree it is a mistake on the part of the police. Well, Prosecutor Von Karma has said it's true. The evidence still stands. If you do not find a more definitive problem with the evidence, then... No way. Detective Gumshoe, please continue with your testimony. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes? Have you called me by my full name is kind of a weird feeling. You said that my client killed a person who without a doubt was not fighting back. Yeah, I did. Then what, may I ask, is the bullet hole you police overlooks supposed to mean? What does it mean? I'll tell you what it means. It means that the victim had fired off a shot. Is that what it means to not fight back? You're right. It seems you're correct. If the victim had tried to shoot the defendant, then it would change everything. Right, the wind seems to be shifting. What is with that "are you finished yet" laugh? Are you finished yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Miss Von Karma, it seems that my affair was shot at by the victim. However, that is only grounds enough to support a justified self-defense plea. That is correct, but I'm sure you remember, Your Honor, what the defense clearly said. They rejected justified self-defense and pleaded not guilty. Which means the defense has yet to prove anything at all. Well, yes, that's true. Furthermore, just the fact that there is a bullet hole in the costume is not enough to substantiate even a plea of justified self-defense. How so? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell the court what transpired that day, with the new information we acquired added in, of course. You mean by myself? You want me to put together the scenario all by myself? Yes, sir, right away. During the channeling, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim in the chest. Of course, the victim used the loss of his strength to fight back, sir. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun, and ended it. The scenario you have put together does make sense. Well, Mr. Wright, on the surface it does make sense. However, I won't give up that easily. Please refrain from glaring at me like that. Now then, your cross-examination, please. Missing the tiny hole on this costume will be the prosecution's undoing. Huh? What do you mean? This little hole has actually created a huge hole in your testimony. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. You said the two of them were fighting when the victim fired his gun at point blank. If that were true, then where is the gunpowder burn on this costume? Gunpowder burn? This is what you testified earlier. When something is shot from point blank and a burn area is left around the bullet hole. But there is not a single trace of gunpowder burn on this costume. It's a very good point. And what exactly does this mean? It means that when the shot was fired, they were standing apart from each other. Disappointed in you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you think you can punch a hole in my logic with that? With wishy-washy thinking like that, anyone can explain anything away. Then I implore you to disprove my line of thinking. Let's see, in the middle of their fight, the victim pushed the defendant away, and it was then when they were separated that he fired. How was that? If it was that, as if that was even possible, according to testimony, the wound from the stabbing was very severe. The victim would not have had the strength to push the defendant very far after that. Well, then, that's right. The defendant must have pushed the victim away.
After stabbing him, she must have put some space between the doctor and herself, and then while she was preparing to strike again, the doctor took a shot. There, that should satisfy even you. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Must be careful, can't afford to make a mistake here. Concentrate and think. There is a fatal flaw in her argument, Your Honor. Fatal flaw? Very interesting. I'd love to see where this flaw is. Show me something that contradicts my explanation. There has to be a snag in her explanation somewhere. Put some distance between them before rushing to make the final blow, and when she was about to strike, the doctor took his shot? This is the piece of evidence that destroys your logic. What is that, a folding screen? I would like to point the court's attention to the hole in this folding screen. It looks like you already know what I'm talking about. Who, where, what? Mr. Wright, your explanation, please? Are these two really that clueless? The bullet went through the defendant's sleeve first and then the folding screen. It passed through at a height of approximately 8 inches off the ground, which means when the shot was fired, Maya, I mean the defendant, was not getting ready to strike, but was actually squatting low to the ground. This changes everything. Please look at the diagram of the crime scene. The victim, Dr. Gray, was here when you fired the shot, and the bullet hit this folding screen. It hit at this location about 8 inches off the ground. At this time, the defendant was in this area. He was standing here near the folding screen. Wait a second. We know the defendant was close to the ground based on the height of the bullet hole. But how can you gauge the distance from that? Isn't it possible the defendant was standing much closer to the victim? That's impossible. But why? You, of all people, should know the answer to that question, Von Karma. If she were shot somewhere closer, there would be gunpowder burns present. However, there is nothing of the sort around the bullet hole of this costume. Perceive Mr. Phoenix right to you. I believe it's now been proven that the defendant was standing a ways from the victim when she was shot at, but do you think this has changed the defendant's situation? Honestly, Your Honor, it changes everything. The prosecution has claimed the defendant was aiming to kill by stabbing. If that were true, delivering the final strike with the knife would be ideal. However, where and what was the defendant doing at the time? Squatting all the way by the folding screen? Exactly. If Maya Fey was the real murderer, why would she be by the folding screen instead of preparing to strike? Upon further consideration, it does make very little sense. Figured there had to be a reason. Figuring things out and proving the logic behind everything is your job. Alright, with this, the rest of the trial should be in the book. Blast radius of disaster. You are such a smart man, Mr. Phoenix, right? I think you've been able to take a completely hopeless case to this point. Now I know why Papa had such a tough time with you. You amuse me. Of all things to be inherent, why did it have to be that smarmy smile? Detective, how dare you damage my perfect logic? How is this my fault? You could start by repairing your standing by first removing the 3-strand goatee. Oh, and rest assured your punishment will come later. Punishment? Well then, Your Honor, I think I had all I can take of this detective's face. I think it's time to call in the next witness. Next witness, that's gotta be Lotta. Very well, the court will take a 5-minute recess. After we reconvene, we will hear from the next witness. Oh, that's a close one. I know you're giving your all to defend me, but I could feel the death penalty hanging in the air. Felt like I was pretty close to dying myself. But you were wonderful out there. You listened carefully, made theories, and tricked everyone into believing you. Thanks. Wait, tricked? Must be the lawyer's secret technique, right? By the way, is the next witness who I think it is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lotta Hart. Oh, guess there's no escaping her, huh? Remember, Nick, you promised you'd save me. If you lose, me and my sister's ghost will come after you and haunt you. Your sister? Are you talking about Mystic Maya? Mia. Yeah, do you remember her, Pearly? My sister was a super good lawyer. She was also Nick's teacher. Oh, I didn't know that. Court will now reconvene. Now the first order of... Ow! I don't want to hear it, old man. After I call my witness, sit there quietly and watch like a good little boy. Yes, sir. Bring in the photographer who witnessed the channeling. Witness, your name and occupation, if you please. Hey, Phoenix, how you doing? Just fine. Sorry about this. Didn't exactly have a choice, you know. Name and occupation. I declare, what in tarnation? Hey, Judge, this here is violence against my fair self. That's fine. That's fine. That ain't fine. That's a whip. There's no need for foolish outcries from foolish fools. Just hurry up and testify about what happened on the day of the murder. I haven't even gotten to say my name and job yet. Name's Lotta Hart, paranormal photographer, and I'm here to testify. No, let's all be one big happy family, okay? Only the doc and the defendant went into the channeling chamber. We were waiting outside the door, and then bang! We hear this gunshot. Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down, and we rushed into the room. Inside was the dead victim and the defendant waving a pistol around. I swear, other than those two, there was no one else in the room. And did you take a picture of the scene right after the murder took place? Reckon course. Excuse me? Reckon course. It's short for you reckon of course I did. Does it look like I care? Just hurry up and show you a picture to the court. A moment of truth. What will be in that picture? Let's see here. Here's the picture. It would certainly seem only the defendant and the victim were in that room. Are you ready, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I will clear all doubt about Maya through this cross-examination. Just watch me. Was it really only those two that went in? What are you blabbering about? You were there too, were you not? Why don't you answer that yourself? Was it really just the two of them? Yes, Dr. Gray and Maya were the only two that went into the room. Hold on, we can't have the defense testifying against his own client. Anyways, folks, only the two of them went into the channeling chamber, you hear? But you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? Witness, continue. Was it really a gunshot? Are you insane? You must have heard it as well. Why don't you testify for the court, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Was it really a gunshot? Yes, I think it was something that sounded like a gunshot. And why are we here listening to the defense testify? And the world becomes just a little crueler. I heard a gunshot a long time ago, so I know, and I tell you it was the gunshot I heard. Now this is where the story heats up. So let me get this straight. This Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down? Honestly, Mr. Phoenix Wright, why don't you just tell us what happened then? Yes, Miss Von Karma, I broke the door down. Sorry. Why does this feel like an inquisition? No need for apologizing, that was great. You're a real man. Oh, really? That's something I would have liked to see. The judge is smiling rather openly. I'll take that as a good sign. And? What did you see once you broke in?
Are you sure it was the defendant Maya Fey? Sure, I'm sure. Lotta seems awfully confident in her testimony. Lotta, please think back to that day one more time. What you getting at? Remember what you said when we broke into the room? I was murdered. Lotta, at a time like this, times like this are perfect for snapping them shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, is she Maya? When you saw the murder at the time, you couldn't even tell if it was Maya Fey or not, am I correct? Well, you see... Order. Miss Hart, you are here to present accurate testimony. Yeah, sorry. Good, this shift things back to my side. For a defense lawyer, your defense is terribly lacking, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Witness, think back to when those two entered the channeling chamber. When they entered? One of those people that entered the chamber was Maya Fey, correct? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was Maya that went in. It looks like we've come to a collective conclusion. The person in this picture is so certainly Maya Fey. Trapped like one again. Are you absolutely certain of that? Sure am, but that old witch chased us out of the room, so... Old witch, does she mean Morgan Fey? But there was no one else in there, and you know it. The channeling chamber was very dark, almost pitch black. Was there really no one else in there? What about behind the folding screen? Rhett Given? What in the... Rhett Given, you reckon that's a given? It took me a good look around the room once. Ain't no way anyone was hanging out behind the folding screen. If I may have a word with you, Miss Hart. What, you got a problem? Rhett Given? I mean, I am having a little difficulty in understanding you. Now then, Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you see a problem with the testimony or don't you? As I thought there's nothing wrong with her testimony. I was with her, so I know she's telling the truth. Enough. It seems there are no issues in Miss Hart's testimony. At the time of the crime, the only two people were in the channeling chamber. The victim, Dr. Turner Gray, and the defendant, Maya Fey. The face of the victim cannot be verified in this picture. However, if we think about the circumstances, it would have to be the defendant. What do you do? Just let this go? What is it, Mr. Wright? You look as if you have something to say. If I make one wrong move, it's gonna have the judge against me. Is there anything I could present that would prove it's not Maya in this photo? Well, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. It's very smart of you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You really should give up trying to prove this is not Maya Fey. I didn't say anything about giving up. I just don't have the right piece of evidence to prove my argument. That's enough. Is this it? Is this all I could do? I think it's quite obvious this court is that a verdict of not guilty is not possible. I told you. Guilty, 100% impossible. Ms. Von Karma, do you have any further questions for this witness? Having established the defendant's guilt, further questioning won't be needed. What about the defense? No further questions, I presume? Couldn't protect Maya, the defense. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face. A lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets. I guess I made it just in time, wouldn't you say? But Pearl's clothes are a bit small. Anyway, what are you waiting for, Phoenix? Let's go. But how? She's already taken away every advantage. The advantage is still in your hand. Think carefully one more time of what you saw in the channeling chamber. Do you remember what you told me yesterday? Dr. Gray? You see, there's one final piece to this puzzle. Mia, question Lotta one more time, Phoenix. I don't know if she's doing it unconsciously on purpose, but she's not testifying truthfully. Now then, the court would like to end this cross-examination period. Please wait, Your Honor. The defense would like to request that the witness testify one more time. Overruled. I'm afraid you're too late, Mr. Wright. The cross-examination has already ended. Furthermore, It's fine. I'll allow another testimony. Von Karma's case is perfect. Absolutely flawless. And what better time than this for you to see that? But, I mean, I have some place I must go after the... Alright, I'll allow it. Miss Hart,
Hurry and give us another testimony. Well, heck, what am I supposed to talk about? Please tell us once more what happened when you burst into the channeling chamber. Okay, you got it. See, you got through the judge somehow, right? Well, actually, it was Von Karma that got through to him. When we broke into that room, all I could focus on was Maya. I was kind of scared of the dead body, so I didn't get a look at it. Really bad when it comes to blood and ghosts and stuff. I still managed to point my camera at Maya and take a shot. Nothing sounds different from before. Some parts of her testimony were very vague. I should press her on those sections. Struggle all you like as you taste the bitterness of your defeat. Well, amuse me with your useless questions, Mr. Phoenix, right? I'm waiting. Two, right? Two what? 2 shots. You took 2 shots. But only one has been submitted as evidence. Miss Hart, where is the other picture you've been withholding? No, you got it all wrong. It's not me. I didn't mean anything bad. I know I can be a little mean, but I ain't evil. Well, at least she knows herself. Then why have you not shown this other picture to the court yet? Well, ain't it obvious? That prosecutor woman told me to shut my trap about it. What? Von Karma... Miss Von Karma, you're hiding critical evidence. Forgivable, Von Karma. Suppressing evidence like this, you're as bad as your father. So mad that even my throat's clenching up. I better let the judge handle this. Miss Von Karma, would you care to explain this to the court? Thought this picture was not important and thus felt no need to submit it, that's all. How could you think the pictures were more or less the same, so why bother with the second? I mean, it's just so much more trouble than it's worth for me to submit this as evidence. More trouble than it's worth? How can you say that? If you want to see it that badly, I'll submit it. What is this picture? It's obviously the second picture the witness took the day of the scene of the crime. Well, it's a little off-center, but that's what you get with a nervous amateur. I think the important point here is the person in this picture. This is most definitely not Maya Fey. What is the meaning of this? This might be a break I was looking for now. Should I, or should I not insist? It's no good. We've been through this so many times. It's not like you, Mr. Wright. Why are you not objecting? The person in this photo is clearly not the defendant, and yet there's no way he can raise an objection and hope to live. Explain yourself, Your Honor. I'd like for you to take a look at this picture. This was taken yesterday at the detention center's visiting room. This is Mr. Phoenix Wright and the defendant Maya Fey during his visit. Maya? But isn't this a totally different person? She looks this way because she's obviously in the middle of channeling a spirit. It's unbelievable that she can... Yet, it is the truth. When Maya Fey is in this state, she physically changes into the person she's channeling. Miss Von Karma, a word if I may. Taking pictures of someone during a private visit is illegal. Surely you must know that picture can't be submitted as evidence. Obviously, I know this picture is illegal. I never intended to submit it as evidence in the first place. What is she... In the moment I showed this picture to the court, this case became all mine. After all, this image has now been forever burned into the judge's mind. I don't have even a single witty line. Looks like we've been had. I don't claim to understand this, and I still cannot believe it. Are you saying that this person is the defendant Maya Fey? If I give up here, the trial will end. But if I slip up and say something wrong, it will cost me. Is there any way I can prove this person in this picture is not Maya? Your Honor? Oh, the fire has returned to your eyes, I see. Within this picture lies a critical contradiction to all the testimony up until now. Contradiction? So, you think you've spotted the problem with this picture, then earn your keep?
Why don't you point out exactly what is so strange of this picture? Please direct your attention here to the sleeve, but there isn't anything odd about it. And that is exactly why it is odd. Something that should be there is suddenly missing. Should be there? There was a bullet hole in the sleeve of the defendant's costume. If that's the case, then it should be in this picture as well. Miss Von Karma, you intended to hide this valuable piece of evidence? You will most certainly be assigned a penalty for this. Alright, this should do some major damage to our argument. Don't celebrate yet. You'd like to bring down the mood, don't you? Take a look at Miss Von Karma's face. She's got the condescending grin plastered all over her face again. Jumping the gun again, I see, Your Honor. I would like to extend an apology on the behalf of these incompetent fools. What do you mean, and what incompetent fools? If those fools down at the precinct hadn't missed the bullet hole, I would have gotten a report about it. As I didn't, I could not have known that this picture was of any value to this case. She's lying through her teeth, I know it. That woman knew about everything, the bullet hole, the picture, everything, but you can't prove that. Francisco Von Karma's idea of a perfect case is quite fascinating, don't you think? Your Honor, you need not worry. If you must assign a penalty, I'll personally make sure that detective gets what's coming. I'm sure there will be great gnashing of teeth at his next salary discussion. Poor Gumshoe. In any case, this is a very big problem. When the defendant was taken into custody, her costume had a bullet hole in its sleeve. However, from this photo, it would appear that right after the shooting, there was none. The judge is confused by the strange twist of events. This is your chance. Load all you've got into this one shot, alright? Your Honor, there's only one logical explanation for this contradiction. The defendant's sleeve had a bullet hole in it. However, this person's clearly does not. There can only be one explanation. The person who shot Dr. Gray was not the defendant, but a different person altogether. What? Order! If order is not restored, I will suspend this trial. The defense argument is a complete mess. A complete mess? I fail to see how. Please enlighten us. Hey, witness. What the heck? Is that any way I ask y'all a favor? Be quiet, you. You were the one who said there was only the two of them when you entered the room. Well, you know, if you were lying, I swear that my whip will be the last thing you see. Look, sis, you're looking mighty scary, so why don't we say you... I swear I wasn't lying or nothing. There wasn't anyone else in there. See, now riddle me this, Mr. Phoenix, right? Where did the defendant vanish to? And where did this other woman appear from? Why is it lately all I want to do is cry? Well, if the person in this picture is not the defendant, then this poses two very big questions. First, where did the defendant vanish to? And second, where did this person come from? That's right. Now hurry up and answer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Come on, you can't fall apart here, Phoenix Wright. Shut up. God damn. I'm trying to focus. Sheesh. I'll deal with you later. I can't believe that even Mia is calling me by my full name. But, I mean, how am I supposed to... This is like a serious moment in the case and you're just in my fucking ear. Just... But, I mean, how am I supposed to prove something like this? Not enough yet, Mr. Phoenix, right? But do you think I have enough in you to turn things around even now? To turn things around? That's right, Mia would always turn things around and change her perspective, Phoenix. So where did this intruder appear from? Where did Maya disappear to? I need to look at this situation from a different angle. Let's see, what if before we broke in the third person was already in the room, and what if Maya had left that room somehow? I can prove that either one of those conditions is true. Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've come up with. I think what happened before we forced our way into the channeling chamber is... Maya had left the channeling chamber at some point, and the defense can prove this. Oh, how a foolish fool makes a foolish face while dreaming foolish dreams. Maya Fey was being looked after by her Aunt Morgan Fey. The chances of her leaving the crime scene is lower than that detective's salary. Anyway, let's see some evidence proved that from the murder until the time of the arrest, the defendant had left the room. Miss Hart, do you remember this key? Well, I've seen it. Hey, that's the channeling chamber key, right? Before the channeling started, Maya locked the door for the inside with that. The defendant herself locked the door? Yeah, that's why we all couldn't get the door open. That key's the only one of its kind after all. Oh, one of a kind, you say? Wait, Mr. Phoenix, right? Yes, it looks like she's catching on. I'm afraid to ask, but why is that key currently in your possession? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What do you mean? My... Thank you for the head. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'll take care of those after the intermission. If Maya Fey locked herself in, then the key should have been with her. Yes, agreed. However, she did not have the key at the time of her arrest. Well, ain't that a kick? So how come you're holding it? I got this present from a certain little girl. And that little girl was nowhere near the crime scene at the time. That's preposterous. This means that Maya Fey must have left the room. If she had not, then why... Then I would not be holding this key you see before you. Seems we have come at an impasse. This picture has clearly captured the face of the murderer. However, is this person the defendant or not? The defense is arguing that this person is not the defendant. Furthermore, as proof, this key has been submitted as evidence. Miss Von Karma, how can this be? At this point in time, a verdict on the defendant's guilt is not possible. My perfect case? How is there a flaw in my perfect case? Don't think you've won yet, Mr. Phoenix, right? I am a prodigy. I have never lost a case. I don't intend to lose here in this courtroom to a fool like you. Don't care what I do. I will get my guilty verdict. It's enough. If you would like to continue, do so in the lobby. Court will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. That is all. Wow, that was you, Pearly? You summoned my sis? Yes, I felt I had no choice. Great going, Pearly. Hey, I knew you were special. Nick, how did you know? Yeah, it's not like anyone else in there could have done that. Nick, I know you're trying really hard and all, but I really don't remember ever leaving that room. And I don't think that a third person could have gone into that room. Yeah. Well, at least we have until tomorrow to figure things out, like what happened in that room, for instance. Counting on you. I envy the two of you. Oh, by the way, Nick, do you think you could take Pearly back home for me? Sure. Alright, Pearls, you ready to go buy some tickets? A ticket? Poor thing, she's so sheltered. Alright, so we gotta hydrate. Thank you for the head pads. Should have some water. How? Okay, I'll go grab some. And there's the purr. All right. Thank you very much for bringing me home, Mr. Nick. You're welcome. I had to come here and look into a few things here today anyway. I thought about this a little. If Mystic Maya didn't kill that nice man, she definitely didn't. Yes, of course, but if she didn't, then someone else did, right? That murderer person? Yes, Pearls. I see. I wonder what's wrong. She seems sad. Alright, give me just 1 second. I'm not even gonna go on the BRB screen. Oh, I will, actually. But I'm just gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be back. I meant to grab one on the way back from intermission, but I forgot to. So give me just one moment. I will be right back in like 3 minutes.
How'd you think of seeing your first trial? I was really surprised. I'd never seen so many people before. So Maya looks so small and helpless. Well, Maya's already naturally short, so... And then that snobby woman in the ruffled clothes. Oh, she means Francisca. She had such a bad attitude. She acted like she'd already decided that Mr. Maya did it. I'm gonna tell her what I think of her tomorrow. Won't miss tomorrow's trial for the world. Why was that woman bullying Mystic Maya? Well, she's the opposite of a lawyer, a prosecutor, so her job is to prove people guilty. They don't care if someone's innocent, all they care about is if they win. That's terrible. She's a really good prosecutor with the heart and the inside, right? There's no one like that, all prosecutors are the same. Well, he might have been a good guy eventually. He? Who are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Is that person Mr. Maya was talking about, Mr. Edgeworth? That was a long time ago. He's not around anymore. Huh? He clutched onto his foolish pride too fiercely and died for it. Oh, that's too bad. By the way, yes, what is it? You wouldn't happen to know anything about who the murderer is, would you? Why are you asking me? No, I was just thinking earlier. I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything, huh? Speaking of that, during the murder, where was Pearls and what was she doing? On top of that, this key, just when did she pick this up? Just realized that I never asked you what you were doing at the time of the crime. Pearls, where were you and what were you doing when the murder happened? What was I doing? I wasn't doing anything. She's really bad at lying. You can whisper to me, I won't tell anyone else, I promise. I guess you can see through my lie, huh? Yeah, clearly. Can't lie to you, can I? About this key, you found it on the day of the murder, right? Now, where you found this key is very important. So please tell me, where did you find this? Found it in the incinerator? The incinerator? She talking about the one in the garden? The door on it was a little open, so I took a peek. When was that? It's after the channeling, when everyone was in a panic. Mr. Nick, are you going to tell my mother? Huh? What do you mean, tell Morgan what you did? Yeah, so she finds out that I was playing in the leftover trash, I'll get a spanking. I gotcha. Well, let's keep that a secret from her then, alright? An incinerator, huh? Seems like a good place to search next. Really empty. Training was supposed to be held today, but I guess it's already over. Hey, there's someone by the incinerator. Looks like they noticed me and now running at top speed towards me. Oh, hey. Like, you're that dentist guy? Actually, it's Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nice to see you again, I guess. Oh, like, real suave. So it's like my turn? It's nice to see you too. So what's up? You're all out of breath. Like, oh, like, you mean... Like, I'm just totally happy and, like, totally excited to be here? Excited? Like, I mean, there's so many things to, like, see. It's, like, the real deal here. Oh, really? For example? For example, like that urn over there. Do you, like, know about it? All I see is an old cracked piece of pottery. It's a really old urn. There are ashes of a person long dead inside. It looks like something with a long history. Other than that, it's not very interesting. That's right. Pearl said she found the key inside the incinerator. I guess I should take a look inside myself. This is from Maya's costume. There's blood on it, a tiny bit, but still. Is there some sort of legend connected with that urn? Like, yeah, it's like this village's treasure? Huh, didn't know that. And, like, it's sealed inside that urn. What are you talking about? Like, you know, Amy Faye's spirit. Amy Faye? Who's that? Like, jeez, Mr. Smith, get with the program.
Everyone knows that the lady that founded the current channeling technique was Mystic Amy. You don't have to get upset with me. So, like, as long as her spirit, like, lives in that urn, the spiritual power of the Fae family sticks around. Like, isn't that totally romantic? Romantic, huh? That urn is really as important she says. It could be a vital clue. I did not mean to do that. Amy, I want to ask you about the murder. Murder? Dr. Gray's? Remember? As if there's another one? Oh, that one. Like, you should have said so in the first place. So, like, I totally don't know anything because I was, like, sleeping in the side room? Well, that's not much help. Did you notice anything at all? Like, come on, what a total bore. I, like, totally have nothing to do with this, like, murder thing. Oh, yeah, you only introduced Dr. Gray to Corinne Village. No relation, I'm sure. Even if you were only acquaintances, that still means you knew him. Furthermore, your sister, who died in that accident, was a nurse at his clinic. Alright, then why don't you tell me about your sister's fatal accident? Like, why? You think, like, it's got something to, like, do with the murder? I don't know yet, but I'm trying to chase down every lead I can. Psych-locks? Like, what is it? Looks like I'm gonna need something to pry your mouth open on this one. So there's a spirit in this urn, huh? All I see are a bunch of cracks, but I guess maybe the spirit could have lived in the space between the cracks. Looks like something's written on it. I am? Huh? Weird. Looks like Morgan's here too, but she hasn't noticed me yet. What is she doing? It looks like she's talking to a picture. Don't you see? Take a look around. Finally, my chance has come. I've waited for this day for so long. That's right. Prepare yourself, dear Misty. What in the... Who's there? Oh, if it isn't Mr. Wright. Just curious what that picture you were just looking at? Oh, today was that event, was it not? Good sir, I heard you did well. Oh, yes, thank you. I'm terribly sorry I could not attend the trial today. Please accept my apology. I had a previous engagement as I had to watch over the trainees' training today. I get the sense she doesn't really want to talk about the picture, all because the master can't be here with us, you understand. That is why a lowly branch member, such as myself, must do this. Have you remembered anything about the murder? No, I told you everything I know already. Were you in the room the whole time Lana and I went to call the police? Yes, of course. I was by Mystic Maya's side the whole time. Performed the spirit severing technique and held her in my arms afterward. You said that yesterday as well. Did anything else happen? I would like to say more did, however that is all that occurred. I was really hoping for some new info. I suppose nothing happened in the end, good sir. Sorry to have played on your hopes. Could you possibly be more patronizing? So do the students train every day? Yes, absolutely. They were given a day off the day after the murder, of course, however. And I assume both Maya and Pearls went through this training? Mr. Wright? Yes. Wow, she got really scary real fast. How many times must I tell you before you understand? They were to be addressed to Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl. Sorry, I meant Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl. Wait, I'm sorry, but Mystic Pearl? Isn't that going a bit far? Next question, please. Oh man, she really being a pain in the butt about this. Please remember to watch not only what you say, but how you say it, good sir. So the master is a Maya's mother, right? Mystic Misty. She's a brilliant medium. And where is she now? We are not sure. Not sure? About 16 or 17 years ago, Mystic Misty fell at a channeling spirit. And after that, she simply disappeared. I don't believe she will return to this village in any case, and in 4 years' time her name will be forever erased from this village. Erased? A person who has been away from the village for over 20 years is considered dead. Oh, I see, and that is 4 years from now for her. When that happens, a new master will be appointed to Karain Village, and Mystic Maya was supposed to become the next master. However, with this murder, I'm afraid, I must be imagining things. I thought she was laughing to herself for a second there. Hey, Nick, I've been waiting. She looks so hopeless. So how was it? What did you find out? Well, I found a few things. It's so bad that you can't even look me in the eye. I just need a little more time. It'll all come together by tomorrow, I promise. Sorry, Nick. Every time I see you, all I do is cause trouble. How was it? Today's trial, I mean. You were fantastic, Nick. Every time I thought our goose was cooked, you managed to turn it all around. I bet it would make a great Hollywood movie. Eh, it made an okay one. Don't be silly. We have to concentrate on the trial. We're going to win this, Maya. Thanks a lot, really. Hey, Nick. The person who shot Dr. Gray wasn't me, was it? Of course not. You're completely innocent. If that were true, then I'd be really happy, but there wasn't anyone else in the room with the two of us, right? Well, did you check behind the folding screen? I took a quick glance, but there wasn't anyone there. That's exactly what Lotta said, too. Nick, why do you believe in me? Why do you think I didn't kill Dr. Gray? Because of something Mia told me. My sis? What did she tell you? She said that spirit mediums can't have dreams. When you're channeling, it's impossible for you to dream because your soul leaves you. Now that you mention it, wait, then I really am... You're not the real murderer. I think that maybe before you even called the spirit, you were drugged. I think this was planned from the very beginning, and that you were set up to take the blame for killing Dr. Gray. That's... I want to ask you something about Pearls. Pearly, what about her? No matter what I try, she won't answer me. I want to know what she was doing at the time of the murder. Huh? Wait, Nick, you don't think she did it, do you? No, nothing like that. She'd never do anything like that, you hear me? She's a great kid and really cute and really great and cute. I didn't really think she was the murderer, but she's definitely hiding something. You were with her on that day, right? Yeah, the two of us, we were playing with her ball. Ball, huh? Sounds like a dead end to me. So about this ball, I think she was still playing with it when I started the channeling job that day. Pearly really loves to play with that ball. Loves to play with ball, huh? When she wants to get it, she's always climbed right into the clothing box. Yeah, Pearly's always hiding in there. You know, the side room, there's a clothing box in there. It's really big, so once you see it, I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about. Ah! Well, bye. Lotta! She ran off into the manor. Lotta? Hey, I'm telling you, quit following me, you hear? I'm a worthless piece of trash. You lay eyes on me and they'll turn to dust. Pretty sure I saw Lotta run in this direction, but it doesn't look like she's here. It's Pearl's ball. Maya said it's always kept in the clothing box, so then what's it doing on the floor? Clothing box where Pearl's ball is usually kept. I wonder what's inside. What are you doing in there? What were you thinking? I'm a bad person, just another piece of human trash. Need a hole to crawl into. So you crawled into the clothing box because there wasn't a hole to crawl into? Huh? There's a small hole in this clothing box. And it's about 8 inches off the ground? It's the same height as the hole in the folding screen. They could this? Oh, Mr. Nick, the person ran by here just now. What person? You know, the person with the fluffy cotton candy hair? She means Lotta. She said, don't look at me with them eyes, but I'm not that scary, am I? don't think that's quite what she meant. Oh, that's right. She also wanted me to tell you, going on a trip to find myself, so don't you bother finding me. Oh, well, thanks. You're welcome. Pearl, you have to tell me what you were doing when the murder happened, okay? But what if I can't just tell you what happened? Then I'll guess what happened. How does that sound? What? You can do that? You'll tell me if I guess something right, won't you? Yes. Now, when the murder was taking place, you were here, right? You were here on the Winding Way. Wow, you got it. So, do you think you can tell me now? I'm sorry, not yet. Okay, what's next? I think I know what you were doing there. You really know that much? Well, I am a lawyer, you know. Now, what was it Pearls was doing in the Winding Way? You were playing with this ball, right? That's right. How did you know? Maya told me that you love to play with your ball. Yeah, I was playing with... Okay, I'm not reading that. Uh-huh, and then... Something happened, huh? Something really bad? What do you mean, something? Nothing happened. While you were playing with the ball, this happened. This urn, it's a village treasure, right? And the spirit of the founder of the Kirin technique is sealed in here, isn't it? Yes. What's this? It's cracked all over, isn't it? There's even a few gaps here and there. Please don't tease me. Pearl, you broke the sacred urn, didn't you? The ball smacked into it and knocked it over, right? And if Morgan found out, she'd get really mad, huh? She doesn't seem to be fighting back. I think I hit the bullseye this time, but it's strange the lock hasn't broken. It's a really old urn, isn't it? I guess. It's so old that it's not that weird to have a few cracks. Her voice is shaking. How can you tell that the urn's been broken? Who started the Kirin channeling technique? Oh, it was Mystic Amy. That's right. And how do you spell her name? Do you know? How do you spell her name? I don't know. It's spelled A-M-I. I thought it was a little odd when I saw I-M written on this urn. That's how I knew that someone must have broken this urn, not the hundreds of cracks that were running down the sides or anything like that, and made a mistake in spelling when they put it back together. Around when Mystic Maya started channeling on that day, I was playing in the Winding Way with my ball. And that's when you broke the urn? Yes, I broke it. I accidentally let Mystic Amy's spirit fly away. Don't worry, Morgan will never know, okay? I'm a bad child. Breaking a village treasure is unforgivable. Thought that maybe they would make me leave the village, but the broken pieces were pretty big, so you thought you could put them back together and no one would notice. Yes. I found some glue and brought it into the hallway and fixed the urn there. The hallway? You mean the Winding Way? Channeling had already started, so I didn't think anyone would walk by. See, so about how long did it take you? It must have been a nasty repair job. Yes, I might be strong at spiritual things, but when it comes to arts and crafts, I'm not nearly as skilled. When I had finished fixing the urn and looked up, I saw you coming into the manor, so that was around when Lotta and I were coming back inside after reporting the murder. I saw that, I packed everything up in a hurry. Mr. Nick? I'm gonna get banished, aren't I? I really don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, I bet Mystic Amy's happy to be free from that cramped urn. Yeah, I hope so. No harm done and a happy resolution. Ugh, I think I found out everything I can, but I can't see how it all adds up. And it's eeny meeny being here just a coincidence? Hey, mister, how is it that the spirit Dr. Gray wanted to be called just happened to be that nurse, and that nurse turns out to be Enie's sister? It's too convenient. Hey, Phoenix, I'm talking to you. I wish I knew a little bit more about Enie, but where am I going to find info like that? Oh, I get it. You can't bother to look over a trash like me. Is that it, Mr. High and Mighty? Lotta. Oh, so you finally noticed. Thought I heard a mosquito buzzing in my ear, although I couldn't understand a word. Well, I gotta hand it to you. You sure know how to chase down garbage. I mean, I'm grateful to you for chasing this large lump of one around like this. Thanks. But you know, you're just wasting your time. I'll be fine on my own. What are you going on about? As for following or chasing or whatever it is, isn't that what you're doing? Well, you see, well, you're not exactly a real gentleman with a lady's heart, you know. You're not exactly the world's #1 charmer either, sister. Yeah, that's eating mining, right? Yeah, I was wondering if you know anything about this girl. You know, actually, I did a little checking up on her the other day. Her sister, she's the one that Dr. Gray wanted to call back from the spirit world. Yeah, I had heard as much. I had also heard that Eni was the one who introduced Dr. Gray to Korean Village. You don't say, that's one sneaky gal if you ask me. Hey, you want me to tell you more about her? Look, I'm really dang sorry about today. When I get all fired up about something, it's impossible to stop me. You hurt Maya really badly, Lotta. I don't suppose you can forgive a gal like me. Well, I guess I can. You did help Maya out too, after all. For real? Yeah, for real. Thank goodness I'm still... What? No, nothing. Just talking to myself, you know, gibberish. Now then, Lotta, heart at your service. I'll share with you all the dirt I've dug up. Thanks. Hey, don't be all surprised. Tell you what, I'll even give you all this info for free. Lotta not taking money? Now I know this one's an alien clone. If Maya is not the real murderer, then who do you think it is, Lotta? Well, heck, ain't it obvious it's not a cult freak? You mean Eenie Miney? Well, there ain't anyone else it could be, right? That Granny, you and me, we were all together the whole time. So Lotta suspects Eenie, which means she might have already found some info about our mysterious Eenie. Speaking of Eenie, do you have any other information about her? Sure. Well, what is it? It'll cost you, and it costs a lot. Oh, silly me. Here I thought free meant no money necessary. That girl was hospitalized about 1.5 years ago. Hospitalized? But why? Well, heck, you can go find out on your own. Here, I'll give you the clinic's address. Maybe you can find something out. Maybe? What is that supposed to mean? Well, see, actually, it was gonna be annoying, I reckon, so I didn't actually go there. Well, it's the way the gumbo spoils. That's weird. That's what I just had for dinner. Gumbo. Spoiled gumbo sounds... I mean, look, don't blame this on... Never mind. Looks like I don't have much else of a choice. Better go to this Hody clinic. So this is where Eni was hospitalized. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Are you a doctor here? Yes, I'm Director Hody. I didn't think I'd be speaking with the director himself. Yes, so what can I help you with? I'd like to ask you a few questions about Miss Eenie Meenie. Miss Mimi, Miss Eenie Meenie. Yes. Oh, her. Too bad. I'll tell you something. That girl left here a long time ago. Here you are, sir. You know you shouldn't be up and about. Come on, it's back to your room with you. Ah, Sweetums, calm down, calm down. Don't be so harsh to an old man like me. Don't you dare start that Sweetums thing with me. If you don't behave, you'll get yourself tossed out of this hospital. Well, I didn't think nurses could be this direct or forceful towards their boss. Come now, be a good boy and give me the director's white lab coat. Okay, got it. Got it. Yes. Yes, Don't, yes, me? Who in the world are you? I'm Director Hody. Nurse went off out somewhere. Hody, any man, and the only person I can talk to is this guy. So, what exactly do you treat at this clinic? Yes, we treat all sorts of doctory clinical stuff. Yes, doctory clinical stuff? Well, I don't actually know or particularly care about the details. Yes, what does that look for? Yes, there's really a big general hospital around the corner. When they can't accommodate everyone, they move some of the patients here. You do surgeries here, then? Yes, we do some plastic surgery here, it seems. It seems? Yes, it seems that way. what do you know about Miss Eenie Meenie? Now we're talking. Gosh, that girl, she's transferred from the general hospital. The general hospital here? What kind of surgery did she need? Yes, well, she needed surgery. It was really bad. Really bad. So what kind was it? Well, no. She does something. No, I can't tell you. So you see it with the happy smile on your face, Mr. Director. See, there's this thing about how doctors aren't allowed to talk about patient stuff. It's in all those TV shows too, right? You've seen them, right? Never gonna get him to unzip those broken zipper teeth to visit this rate. It's gotta be something I could show to this old coot. What's this? I'm a lawyer. Right now I'm investigating a murder. Yes, what is it with your angry face? Violence isn't the answer. The trial's tomorrow and I would really like some information from you. Is that right? Well, I think I can let you in on a little secret. What's that? Yes, actually, I'm not the real director. Are you kidding? Anyone with half a fly's brain knew that. What do you mean? Do I have to explain this to him? Well, hold on, I'll give you some real information, okay? Actually, this clinic's... See, unlike this place's walking dictionpedia? You mean encyclopedia? Yeah, that. My specialty is young, silky, smooth, haughty patients. There's nothing I don't know about them, but I get embarrassed talking about it. Yeah, how about you keep that kind of information to yourself? Oh, anyway, you wanted to know a little about little Miss Eenie Meenie, right? Little Miss Eenie Meenie? That girl. Remember her especially well. Really especially very well. Please tell me what you know about Eenie Meenie. Yes, I'll get to that. Trust me, I will. That girl, that's right. She was transferred here from the general hospital. This was a year ago? She was one of those emergency cases. What was she ill with? Ill? Nah. She was injured, not ill. With my trained eye, I could see. It was a huge wound at that. Huge injury. Whole body was wrapped around and around in bandages and her arm was in a cast. It sounds pretty severe, alright? Yes, it was an accident. An accident? They're scary, yes. Cars. Yes. You mean it was a traffic accident? Yep, that's what gave her the terrible injuries. I swore it was in the papers. Yes, I looked it all up. I did. It was terrible. Dare I even ask what is wrong with this old guy? Just now you mentioned something about a big operation? Are you talking about Miss Eenie's operation? Miss Eenie's. That was one heck of an accident. Gosh, her whole face was burned like bad toast. It was bad. Very bad. Was it really that bad? It was a good thing that Miss Eenie had a picture of herself. Heard that picture was how they put her face back together. Picture? The girl, she had just gotten her license. She just happened to have a license photo on her. Oh, so see, I got her picture as a way to remember her. Well, more like swiped. Breach of ethics? Oh wait, what? A pretty girl like her. I bet she has lots of pictures of herself. Sure. It's a treasure. My treasure. Precious. What happened to the actual license itself? Who knows? Didn't bother to ask. I got burned up along with the car. Yes. So you looked up information on Enie's accident, correct? Yep, sure did. I read every paper and I covered it at the time. What kind of accident was it? Do you remember? Yes, hold on, I'll get it for you. The article, I mean. Huh? You have it? Well, don't get me wrong, I thought something like this might come up, so... Obsessive to the max, but I bet I could learn something about how to stay on the lead from this guy. Here we go. Yes, according to this, Miss Eenie was in the passenger seat, and dozing, or so it says. Strong jolt woke her up, and the next minute a sea of fire was all around her. Miss Eenie fought with the door and finally got it open and managed to get away. Anywho, you can read all the details in the article. Yes. A new clue, I should probably look this over. It's been half a year since Miss Eenie had her surgery and got better. She was discharged sometime in December last year. It's already been half a year, huh? Yeah, so how was I? I was a real help, wasn't it? Yes. Thank you very much. Well, then I'll be getting back to my room then. Tell Miss Eni I said hi, okay? It's time for me to leave too. Yeah, okay. It's definitely time to leave. Hey, so how was it? Did you go to clinic? Yeah, I found out a few things, I guess. What's the matter? You ain't looking so well. Oh, yeah, so earlier that old granny called the cops. Cops? Why would Morgan call the police? She said she had something to tell them, and things are sure getting interesting. And honestly, I tell you, that granny sure got her bloomers in a knot. Well, I guess you could put it that way. It always starts out small, you know, stealing the master seat, controlling the village folk, and now you see what it turned into, a murder, that's what. Yeah, what a mess. Hey, hold on. That stuff you were just talking about, that's the first I've heard of it. Really? Well, it's old news to everyone else in the world. Well, excuse me for not keeping up with the gossip while I'm busy saving people. You said something about the stealing of the master's seat? Yep. Right now, the master's the medium named Misty Faye, but the one that's really supposed to be the master was that old granny. Morgan was supposed to become the master? Do you know where Eni is, Lana? Yeah, I saw her not too long ago. She was hanging around the garden in the middle. You got something to ask her? Yeah, I've got a whole list of things only she can clear up for me. So, I hear the master has always been the eldest daughter. Eldest daughter. Turns out that old bat is Misty Faye's older sister. They say the older sister is usually the one with the more spiritual power. Come to think of it, Maya said the same thing a long time ago. She warned me not to take Mia's powers lightly. Well, anyway, somehow Granny there lost to her younger sister Misty. I see. This made the townsfolk turn against her, so I hear. Said all sorts of things too, like she's the oldest and yet she doesn't have the power to be the next master. Disgraceful. Oh, I had no idea. So, what would have happened had Morgan been stronger? Maya's family would probably been the branch family, I reckon. Like, what's with that scary look on your face? Please tell me about the traffic accident. Huh? Like, whose accident? Your sister's accident, naturally. Oh, yeah. So, like, that Dr. Gray guy made my sister fall asleep. And, like, that's all I have to say about that. Interesting. Beanie just asked whose accident, which means she must know something about another person's accident. Alright, let's change the topic then. How about you tell me about a certain other person's accident? Huh? Another person's accident? Like, you got someone in mind? I want to ask about your own car accident. Me? Yeah, so, like, how strange. I have, like, no idea what you're talking about. Can you, like, prove I was in, like, an accident? Would you take a look at this? It's a newspaper article from 1 year ago. It says Miss Eenie Meanie holds interview about crash. You suffered a very bad injury and had to be admitted to a hospital, correct? Like, wait. That's not me. Huh? I mean, like, this person has, like, the same name, but she's totally not me. My name, Eenie Miney, is pretty common. What are you babbling about? Sister's name, Mimi Meanie, is here too. Like, wow, what a scary coincidence. I'm totally getting, like, goosebumps. You think I'm gonna let you get away with that? So, like, what now? Like, do you have something that says I was hospitalized? This is your proof. Like, what's that picture supposed to mean? I got this from the hospital where you were hospitalized at. So? There was a certain patient there. He was quite a fan. As a memento of your stay, he stole this. I have to say, this photo looks like you. That creepy fake director. Now you ready to tell me about the accident? Like, wait a sec. Okay, so like, I was in an accident, sure. But that's like totally not related to this murder. Actually, it is. Look at this article. It says that one of the women died, correct? And that woman who died, who do you suppose they mean? Do you suppose the woman who died in an accident could be? I believe it was your sister, Mimi. You were riding in your sister's car while she drove. The two of you were together when your accident occurred, making it one and the same. Yeah, I was riding in that car with my sister. We were, like, on our way home. I was riding in the passenger seat when I fell asleep. And then it happened. At the time, I grabbed for my purse and escaped from the passenger side door. And your sister? I, like, couldn't do anything. The car was full of smoke. I couldn't see anything. Sorry. Did Dr. Gray really cause that accident by drugging your sister with sleeping pills? Like, he was totally out to get my sister? He totally did that to, like, pay my sister back. I wonder, this does give Eni a good reason to want to murder Dr. Gray. It seems simple, doesn't it? What do you mean? But it would be very hard to catch me. Actually, I'd say impossible. What? I think you get the picture. I'm going to serve you a slice of humble pie. I hope you enjoy it. Leave my mother alone. Hey, hold up. Okay, pal, I'm not gonna hurt her. Pearl, dear, it's perfectly alright. I will be out a short while with this young man. Mother, please let me go too. No, you must stay here and protect the manor. But, don't make that face. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll show you something cool. Detective, do not upset me further. Sorry. Mother. Pearls, Mr. Nick? I have a really bad feeling I can't shake. I think something really bad's gonna happen. I'm scared. Mr. Nick, what about Mystic Maya? She'll be alright. I think if we have enough evidence. Mystic Maya, she must feel all alone. Please, you go visit her, but I can't just leave you all alone here. I'll be fine. Please, Mystic Maya needs you by her side. Stare is really piercing. Kept me waiting, Phoenix. Mia, so how are the preparations? I think I have enough evidence and information now, I think. Everything will be on your shoulders tomorrow. Whether Maya is found guilty or innocent, it's a heavy weight to bear. Huh. If memory serves, Mia had a few psych locks on her own. Mia, I'm ready to unlock the last piece of information I need now. Sure, I welcome you to try. Mia? Mia, you know something, don't you? About the real murderer, I mean. Why do you think so? It's really trying at times to be able to see other people's secrets. Looks like it's time for you to explain your reasoning. Yeah, bet all wits against Mia. Oof. Phoenix, you think I'm hiding information about someone from you, isn't that right? Yeah. Alright then, tell me, who do you think I'm protecting? Morgan Fay, of course. There's no one else that you would protect like this, Mia. Well done, but while the murder was being committed, my aunt was outside with everyone else, which means she already has an alibi. That's true. Show me some evidence that would cast suspicion onto my aunt. The proof is this piece of cloth. I found it in the incinerator near the Winding Way. It's the same material as Maya's costume, except for the splotch of blood. You mean it's from Maya's costume that she was wearing at the time of the murder? Yes, but when Maya was arrested, she was wearing her costume. That just means someone changed her clothes. Changed her clothes, but why? I don't know why. But there's only one person who could have done that. The one person who was taking care of Maya, my aunt. What's that look mean? Your argument's too flimsy. You have no proof that this piece of cloth is actually from Maya's costume. But this blood, and do you know whose blood that is at this point in time? You don't, do you? Do you have any proof that this piece of cloth is from Maya's costume? I think this is the proof you're looking for. The key to the channeling chamber. At the beginning of the channeling, Maya had possession of this key, and yet somehow it magically ended up in the incinerator in the center garden. You're right, and this is what Maya told me. While I was channeling, the key was sitting inside my sleeve, and both this key and the piece of cloth were found inside the incinerator. Which means that this piece of cloth was a part of Maya's costume. It certainly seemed that way. Someone changed her into a different set of clothes, and then burned the costume she was wearing in the incinerator. There's only one person who could have done that. One person who we were talking about, my aunt. You did very well, Phoenix. As long as you have those two pieces of evidence, you can cast suspicion on my aunt. However, like I said in the beginning, my aunt has an alibi. Yeah, she was with us the whole time. Here's my final question, so you don't have to present solid proof of this for me, but I want to know, if my aunt is the culprit, then how did she commit the murder? How she did it, huh? I want to hear your thoughts. In order for my aunt to murder Dr. Gray, who or what did she need? Eeny Meeny, she's the answer to the final question, which means that my aunt and Eeny Meeny were in cahoots. Something's been bothering me all this time. This crime is something no normal person can carry out. The person who have to know a lot about the Fey Manor and the village itself to do this, but Morgan already has an alibi. Yes, which is why I can't figure out how it was done. We can assume that Eeny Meeny is involved somehow, but we have one big problem on our hands. Problem with what? We don't have a motive. Why would Morgan want to kill Dr. Gray? Why would she have to? Also, we still don't really know for sure that she's cooperating with Eeny. Mia doesn't have a clue either, huh? Then there's only one possibility. Think about it, Phoenix. Why would my aunt do something like this? And why would she do it in such an underhanded fashion? Because, Mother, she's the only one who holds the key to this. Mother, whose? Mine? Don't be silly. Mine, of course. Misty Fey. Mia and Maya's mother. Why would she bring her up now? Looks like we've gathered everything we could. All we have to do is win tomorrow. Everything will become apparent then. Right. We won't lose. Nick? Yeah? Did you know that Von Karma's daughter is only 18, just like me? Yeah, why? I was just thinking about how strong she is. I mean, she's been in Germany all this time by herself, and she's so grown up. Yeah, and I'm sure she's felt a lot of pressure from her father's reputation. And then you look at me, and, well, I'm the daughter of the master, but I'm still just a little girl. And on top of that, I'm a suspect in a murder trial. But I think you're really strong too, Maya, for all you've gone through. Good morning. The two of you look like you're doing well today. I'm happy for you. Hey, morning, Pearly. I'll be safe today, Mystic Maya. What do you mean? My mother's coming today to show her support. Yeah, that's right, Pearly. Hey, Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? Do you think you could do me a big favor? Could you channel Mia today, too? Huh? I was sort of hoping to sit in the audience today and watch. Please, it's very important to me. I don't feel confident enough without her help. So, Nick, that's enough. You can't show weakness in front of the person you love. Pearly, not this again. Please, can you do this for us, Pearls? Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it for Mystic Maya's sake. See you later, then. I'll leave you to your alone time. Thank goodness. Nick, this way Pearls won't be able to see today's trial. What do you mean? What's going on? Board is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Let's start already. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I look forward to tonight's news with great joy. The image of your defeated face will be transmitted all over the world. All over the world, huh? Sounds like you've made quite a name for yourself, Phoenix. Don't be foolish, you foolish fool who wearing the foolish and foolish clothes. The famous one is me. I am the prodigy who has never lost a case since becoming a prosecutor 5 years ago. Naturally, the world's eyes are on me, and I conduct my first trial in this country. That's nice, Miss Von Karma. Glad to see you're in such good spirits today, Miss Fey. It's true what they say, women really are scary when they fight. Now then, a very interesting theory was presented during yesterday's session, that the defendant could have left the channeling chamber, correct? Yes. And this key is proof of that. This key, the only key to the channeling chamber, was not where it should have been. Your Honor, I would like to say one thing before we begin. Alright, let's hear it. The prosecution has determined that from the time of the murder to the time of the arrest, the defendant did indeed leave the room at one point. What? What, Miss Von Karma, then how do you explain this picture? Are you saying then that the person in this picture is not the defendant? I never said that wasn't the defendant. Then what is the meaning of this? All I am saying that is the Maya Fey, after killing the victim, exited the room, and I believe that is when she dropped this key. Can you substantiate your claim? Isn't that what I'm here for? The prosecution would like to call the defendant's Aunt Morgan Fey to the stand. Just as I suspected. Aunt Morgan. Poor Mia, she seems really torn by this. Witness, name and occupation. My name is Morgan Fey, and I am a spirit medium in a manner of speaking. I'm sorry, but what do you mean in a manner of speaking? I don't think anyone really cares. Now then, after the murder took place, you kept watch over the defendant, correct? Yes, that is correct. I performed the spirit severing technique on Mystic Maya then. Spirit severing technique? A technique to remove a spirit from a body and send it back to the other world, that is. Yes, that is... You be quiet. Now, witness, something happened while you were performing this technique, correct? Yes, that is correct. What in the world could have... Mystic Maya, she escaped from the room. What? And here we come to the heart of the matter. Maya Fey, while in a possessed state, managed to escape from the channeling chamber. Order! Miss Fey, please testify to this court what happened during that time. I will try my best, Your Honor. I think someone just upped the ante on this trial. After we heard the gunshots, those two broke the door open and entered the chamber. I requested that Mr. Wright and the other lady please contact the police. A pistol was hanging from Mystic Maya's hand and she was in a daze. Then, quite suddenly, she thrusted me away from herself and escaped from the room. With great strength, hit me in the base of my neck and I fainted for a short while. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of where she went after that. Why have you hidden this until now? I did not wish to cause more trouble for Mystic Maya. However, I must correct falsities when they arise. That's right. She's simply correcting the falsity, Mr. Phoenix, right? Why is she making it a point to take a stab at me? Never mind. Thank you for the hydrate. How's your night going? My aunt is a very smart and sly person. It's going to be hard for us to find a crack in her testimony. Was it really necessary to have two people do something so simple as call the police? If there was a possibility of escape, then one of us should have stayed behind. Yes, that's a very good point. At the time, I myself was a little confused. On top of which, there was another. Another what, madam? Oh, it's nothing. No need to concern yourself. I want to hear the end of that sentence. There was another reason you wanted both of us out of that room, wasn't there? You must testify. Why did you chase us out of the room? I simply did not wish for there to be more victims. The lives of both the good sir and that camera woman may be in danger, is what I thought to myself. Well, that was very noble of you, Miss Fey. This is bad. Now people have a good impression of her and a bad one of us. Looks like she caught us napping. That's my aunt for you. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Miss Fey, please continue. During our investigation, you stated that you struck the defendant on the head and that strike caused Maya to lose consciousness. Do you stand by this statement? I'm afraid I don't. The statement I gave you was a lie. But why would you lie about something like that? It's very painful for me to say this, however. The witness was lying to cover for the defendant. She was covering for Maya? So, you were covering for the defendant? Well, yes, it was only later that I was informed of what had occurred, that the renegade mystic Maya had done something very unexpected. Something unexpected? What, pray tell, did she... This witness couldn't have seen what happened. If you want to know what this unexpected thing was, there was always later. Yes, very well. Why does it suddenly feel like there's a rock in the pit of my stomach? Now, witness, continue with what happened. Was it really that easy for her to escape from you? I'm ashamed to admit to such a thing, however, yes, but you are physically larger and stronger than the defendant. There's no way she could have escaped from me so easily. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What about this picture? Remember that at the time, the defendant was not physically Maya Fey. Growing old is such a mysterious thing. Trust me, I know firsthand. Basically, Mystic Maya's body was still that of the nurse she had called. But if she had run away, wouldn't you have given chase right away? Well, yes, I would have, however... Is that because you were unconscious? Why, yes. Great, well now what? So while you were unconscious, you have absolutely no idea where the defendant went. I would think that's obvious, good sir. If that's true, then how could you know for sure that the defendant left the channeling chamber at all? Now that you mention it, I have to wonder myself. It's true that this witness is not able to confirm this, but this key word here is this witness. What do you mean by that? It means she has another witness up her sleeve, that's what. Looks like Miss Von Carver is ready to move on to her next witness. That's enough. From what I can tell, there's nothing wrong with this witness's testimony. And from what she has said, we can establish that Maya Fey did leave the chamber. Hope this isn't going to come back to bite us in the butt. Now, let's take the next logical step and ask, where did the defendant go after leaving the channeling chamber? Yes, be quiet, you. Now then, what the escapee had done was she had gone to speak with a certain person. She went to speak with someone? Who was it? The prosecution calls Miss Eenie Miney, who was sleeping in the side room at the time. Miney. I think you can see where this is headed. Witness, name and occupation. Okay, so my name is like Eenie Miney. I'm like researching like parapsychology stuff at the university. What is this parapsychology? Let's see. It's like, I guess most people call it occult stuff. Even if that's what most people call it, I can't say I understand what that means. And I suggest you go home and research it yourself. Yes, sir. Now then, Miss Miney, after the murder took place, you spoke with the defendant Maya Fey. Is this correct? Well, like, I guess. If that is the case, then let us hear your testimony. That is alright, isn't it, Your Honor? Yes, sir. For the love of all things good, Your Honor, have some spine for my sake. Like, when the channeling started, I was like sleeping in the side room. Like, a little later, someone came into the room, like, really suddenly. It was like, oh my god, totally my sister? I, like, hadn't seen her in, like, so long. I was so happy in, like, a sad way. My sister, she, like, told me something, like, totally terrible. Now, hold your horses, young lady. You saying this person that entered was your sister? Don't you mean the defendant Maya Fey? Really now, Your Honor. Maya Fey was still in the middle of channeling at the time. Are you saying that the spirit was the spirit of this witness's sister? Yes, Mimi. She was the nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic. Oh, well, this is witness. Like, yeah? In your testimony, you mentioned a terrible thing. Why don't you tell the court what this terrible thing was? Sure, we'd love to hear about it. Like, do I totally, like, really have to? Of course, Miss Meanie, please. My sister, like, this is what she said to me. That was no accident. I was drugged with sleeping pills. I was murdered by that person. That's why I took my revenge. It's only fair, isn't it, Eenie? She took her revenge? Are you sure that's what she said? Yes. There, aren't you satisfied, Your Honor? I still can't believe it. I can't believe that a spirit would go so far as to use a medium to get revenge. It is a bit hard to swallow. However, all the evidence and testimonies point to this as the truth. The end. What do you think, Mr. Wright? It certainly seems like all the loose ends are accounted for. This testimony just now, was it all made up? Was it just one huge lie? Of course it was, Phoenix. Yeah, what do you mean? It's well constructed, but that's all it is. But even the most well-spun lies can be undone. We can do it, Phoenix. Let's find that one loose thread and unwind this tapestry of lies. Your Honor, there is room for doubt, so the defense will cross-examine this witness. We believe that our cross-examination will reveal the real truth behind this murder. Yet again, the foolish, I can't speak, I'm super dumb. Yet again, this foolish fool spouts out the more foolishly foolish drabble. God, that's hard to say. I wonder if you'll make this one more entertaining than the last. You were happy in a sad way? Yeah, like, I mean, it was my sister. But wouldn't most people react here with surprise at seeing a dead loved one alive again? But like, maybe if I was like someone who didn't know about like the occult, but I like know all about the Curain channeling technique. The point here is the witness immediately recognized that it was her sister. Yeah, like what she said. So you really didn't think anything strange of the whole encounter? No? Like, there wasn't any reason for me to, like, think anything was strange. But don't keep badgering her. You know the phrase objection? Could you try using that once in a while? Mr. Wright, this question of what the witness felt when she saw her sister, is it really that important? It's very important, although I haven't quite figured out what it is yet, but I've got to bluff for now and make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. Alright, Mr. Wright, Miss Miney, please amend your testimony. Like, okay, I'm like totally cool with that. Costume looked normal. No, the fuck it did not. That was very well spun line, Miss Eni. What are you babbling about this time, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It's well constructed, but that's all it is. Stealing my lines now, are we, Phoenix? Miss Meanie, if I may remind you of what you said there was nothing strange about your sister's appearance. Like, yeah, and? But I don't think that's what we were looking at. They were thinking about. That's what you were thinking at all. Take a look at this picture. This is a picture of the sister you met. I would think that even you would be surprised if someone appeared before you like this. A blood spray. Miss Miney, why did you not notice the blood you saw in your testimony? If you're really testifying and not lying, you would have noted it right off the bat. Miss Meanie, what is the meaning of this? Miss Meanie? I'm thinking, don't interrupt me! That... And what are you stammering about, Your Honor? That witness, her personality did a complete 180 there. Lots of people do that when they get on the stand, though. First of all, calm yourself, witness. Like, I'm sorry, I, didn't mean to snap. Now, hurry up with the testimony, if you please. The judge still looks a little shaken up. A lot of help he's gonna be. Like, the side room was, kind of dark, you know? So, the costume was, purple, right? The blood totally blended right in. And I, persuaded my sister it wasn't, right to do something like that. And then, I took my sister to the channeling chamber. Huh? Yes, now I see. And you had given us a clear reason for why you didn't notice the blood. You think? Thanks, Gramps. Are you satisfied, Mr. Wright? Alright, I guess not. Very well, you may question the witness. The side room was kind of dark. And what was your sister, Miss Meanie, like at the time? Well, she was totally flipped out because she just shot Dr. Gray. But I think she knew, she said she did something really bad, and she said she wanted to go with me to apologize to Miss Morgan. Did Mimi's spirit really say all that to you? Yeah? Was your sister calm by that time? I guess so. I guess maybe taking her revenge on Dr. Gray made her feel a lot better? I'd like to feel a lot better too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The sooner the better, she says with her whip at the ready. And, Miss Morgan was the only one in the channeling chamber, you know? May I ask you one more thing, Miss Meanie? Sure. Was there anything you found strange, unusual, or just out of place? Something out of place? Huh? What do you mean? When you... Talking about when... No, it's all good, guys. Welcome in. Talking about when you were going to the channeling chamber, of course. No, nothing strange. She answered rather quickly. Now what? Think harder. I know you can remember something. I, totally can't. That's not good enough. You have to explain yourself clearly to this court.
Do you think, Mr. Wright, that whether or not there was something odd on the way to the channeling chamber is all that important? I ask because it's very important. Not that I know where I'm going with this. Very well. Miss Meany, if you will, please include a statement about this in your testimony.
Like, I don't get why, but okay. I didn't see anyone on the way to, like, the channeling chamber. You say that you didn't see anyone on the way to the channeling chamber, however, that's impossible. Like, what do you mean? I'd like to introduce someone to you. This is Miss Morgan Fay's daughter, Pearl Fay. Interesting, you have a semi-intelligent look on your face, so what about this child? It just so happens that at the time of the murder, Pearl was playing in the center garden. The garden? Yep, which means anyone walking through the area would have to have seen her. So, Miss Meany, what do you have to say to that? As the court can see, she's a bit of an airhead. Also, she was leading her sister at that time. Do you honestly think she would have noticed a simple child playing? Preposterous. It's not preposterous, and I can prove it. What sort of foolish... There is no way someone walking around the Winding Way could not have noticed Pearl. This urn is my proof. An old cracked clay pot? What is that going to prove? Do you know why it's cracked? It's because Pearl broke it, that's why. She broke the urn? Why do I feel like you're about to ruin my beautiful day? This urn was broken around the time the channeling started. And Pearl was the one who put it back together, while sitting right in the middle of the Winding Way. Miss Meany, Pearl was there in the Winding Way at the time. She was hard at work putting the pieces of the urn back together, you see. If you couldn't see that while you were walking, I'd have to declare you legally blind. I think I have sufficiently proven one thing, Miss Meany. You are a masterful liar. Mr. Wright, you need to watch what you say. The one who needs to watch what she's saying is the witness. So, Miss Meany, tell us the truth. About what? About what? About where you really were at the time of the murder, of course. The witness just testified about that. That's right. I was, like, sleeping in the side room? Can I really believe her? Was she really sleeping in the side room? Your lies end here. What do you... The witness says that during the actual murder, she was asleep in the side room, and I say that's not possible, because there's clearly a contradiction here. A contradiction? Where is this contradiction? Earlier in your testimony, Miss Meany, you made the following statement. And, like, Miss Morgan was the only one in the channeling chamber, you know? It's true that at the time, both myself and Miss Hart were not there. We had gone to call the police. So, like, what does that, like, have to do with anything? It's very simple. Miss Meany, how do you know that fact? How? I concede that Miss Fay was the only person in the channeling chamber. However, someone who was asleep in the side room could not have known that. Which means, Miss Meany, you did in fact go to the channeling chamber. But you didn't go there by the way of the Winding Way. But look at the Manor guide map. If one were to go between the side room and the channeling chamber, one would have to use the Winding Way. Yes, that's right, Your Honor, which is why I asked this very important question. Where was the witness at the time of the murder? Miss Meany, answer the question. Don't ask a question off of a baseless assumption, if you please. Well, I suppose since you have put it out on the table, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you might as well answer the question for us. Where was the witness at the time of the murder? Now's your chance, Phoenix. The only person who could have killed Dr. Gray was Eenie Meenie. So now is the time to prove it. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Where was the witness when the murder took place? Miss Meenie was here, of course, but that's the channeling chamber. Isn't that the crime scene? That's right. Miss Meany was at the scene of the crime. Order! That's what... Mr. Phoenix Wright, have you lost your mind? Yesterday's testimony established that only the victim and the defendant were in the channeling started. Yes, that's correct. Please explain yourself. Simple. Miss Eenie Meenie was hiding at the scene of the crime. I was hiding? Where? Like, where was I hiding? Here, of course. Behind the folding screen? Don't make me say this again. Recall yesterday's testimony. There ain't no way anyone was hanging out behind that folding screen. See, you stupid jerk. Quit being so quick to pin it on me, slimeball. Now, Miss Meanie, one so young as you shouldn't be saying, "Shut it, Gramps," as if you know exactly how old I am. I'm sorry. Looks like the pipe's about to burst. Guess I should help it along. The witness was hiding behind the folding screen with the help of this. Miss Meanie, how you were able to hide yourself at the scene of the crime is very simple. You were hiding inside this box. That tiny little box, no person could fit in that. Sorry, but your theory has already been disproven. Lotta disproved it when she was hiding you from me in it. But that clothing box was in the side room, right? Which means that has nothing to do with the murder at all. That's right, if I was sleeping there, so I should know. The clothing box was there in the side room the whole time. Mr. Wright, do you think you can prove where the clothing box was at the time of the crime? And now I present the piece of evidence that will prove the clothing box was at the scene of the crime. Take a look at this clothing box. You're so stupid, as if there's any sort of evidence in that old thing. This is what on earth? I don't have time for you to sit there surprised. Hurry up and say it already. There's a hole about 8 inches off the ground. A hole about 8 inches off the ground. Where have we heard that before? Folding screen. It had a hole at the same height. That's right. I hope this has opened your eyes to what happened. At the time of the shooting, the clothing box was sitting behind the folding screen, which is why the bullet from the pistol hit both the box and the folding screen. It went through the screen and then into the box. Miss Meanie, you were hiding behind the folding screen waiting for your chance. For your chance to kill Dr. Gray. Order! So what... Mr. Phoenix Wright, what about this picture? Are you saying that the person in this photo is Miss Eenie Meenie? That is exactly what I'm saying. Miss Eenie Meenie, you were hiding inside this clothing box all along. And you wore a medium's costume to masquerade as Maya Fey. To masquerade as Maya Fey? She had it planned from the very beginning. She would kill Dr. Gray and pin the blame on my client. Stop. I can't stand to listen to any more of this foolishness. If that is the case, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I have a proposition. This whole idea that this witness moved the clothing box to the crime scene, pretended to be the defendant, killed the victim, and then fled the scene of the crime. It's not possible for one person to do all that by herself. It really is impossible for one person to do all the preparations, that is. Need I remind you, the foolish receive no mercy? Wait, Miss Von Karma, you said it was not possible for one person, correct? You can't be serious. Miss Meanie, you had an accomplice. This person... If it wasn't someone from Karain Village, you couldn't have gotten the costume, and if it wasn't someone from the Fey household, you wouldn't have had that box to use. Morgan Fey? Isn't that the wonderful lady witness we had earlier? What do you have to say to this, Miss Meanie? You shot Dr. Gray with your own 2 hands. Do you deny it? I think this is what really happened.
The murderer had planted herself at the scene of the crime long beforehand. Dressed in a medium's costume and wearing a wig, she pretended to be the defendant. And then the channeling started. The murderer crept silently towards the other two, both of whom had their eyes closed. First, she drugged Maya Fey with a strong sleeping agent, and then she stabbed Dr. Gray with a knife. Next, she hid my client inside the clothing box. She did that so she could take Maya's place and frame her for the crime. But that's when something unexpected happened. Unexpected? Dr. Gray was actually not yet dead. With the loss of his strength, he fired a shot at his attacker, and that's why the hole in the folding screen was so low to the ground. The murderer then took the gun from Dr. Gray, and after that, you and the other lady thought to break into the room. Yes, a gunshot is certainly something you wouldn't expect to hear, which is why upon hearing the shots, we forced our way into the channeling chamber. Miss Meanie, she immediately covered her own costume with blood and pretended to be Maya. But that sort of deception would have easily seen through, which is precisely why Morgan Fay chased us out. What is one supposed to say? This is the real truth behind this murder. Who is that? Laughing at a time like this? Oh, you simple-minded fools. I'm sorry, are you still by chance evolving? What is it this time? Miss Von Karma, surely, of course it was me. Do you really think someone with Von Karma blood would lose due to something this petty? What in the world? Mr. Phoenix Wright, your argument is flawed in one very crucial area. And that is, if this witness is the real murderer, why would she go through all this trouble? Huh? Working together with a medium, pretending to be one, putting on this whole act? What reason would she have to do such foolish things? Well, that's... yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Oh, and one other thing. Why would Miss Eenie Meenie want to kill Dr. Gray? Where is her motive? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say too. Yeah, motive. I don't have a motive. A motive? That's... I can't say she has no motive here. What is her reason for wanting Dr. Gray dead? Huh, just as a... Oh, is that not it? You think I did this to get revenge for my sister's death? Yes. Because through that accident, you suffered a lot of hurt and pain yourself. Don't be stupid. No one has proof that Dr. Gray drugged my sister, right? And you want to say I wanted to take revenge based on nothing? What do you mean by that? Senile, stupid Gramps. I'm, gonna explain, so, please listen, okay? It's been over half a year since I was discharged from the hospital. If I, wanted revenge, then, I wouldn't have waited this long? And besides, the guy that thought of the spirit thing was, Dr. Gray. It was, a total coincidence he asked me about it, you know? She's back to her airhead persona. However, you see... Pathetic, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You failed to support your own theory. And I think we have our answer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What Miss Meanie has stated is very true. The revenge plan is overly complicated, and she has no motive in the first place. Furthermore, there is no reason for Miss Morgan Fay to cooperate with this plan. You don't even have any truly decisive pieces of evidence to demonstrate your point. So many faults, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You should really learn your place. What happened? I thought I had her for sure. See? It's just as I told you. I hope you liked your slice of humble pie. Alright, well, I now conclude the cross-examination of Miss Eenie Meenie. Your Honor, please allow the defense one more minute. Alright. You can't lose here. Have faith in yourself, Phoenix.
Mia? Yes, it does sound like a ridiculously messed up plan for a murder, but you know, regardless, that girl trained for this crime. Really? Listen, Phoenix, everything happens for a reason. There's a reason for why she had to kill Dr. Gray. And it also has the reason she had no choice but to kill him in this fashion. Time is up, Mr. Wright. Your final answer, please. If you want to say that you can prove Miss Meany had a motive, then why did she kill... Excuse me. In this way, can you provide the reason? I'm not totally confident here, but I know what I must press on no matter what. Only you can do this now. I will show and substantiate the fact that Miss Meany had a motive. Too bad, you're too late. My cross-examination is already ended after all. Interesting. I'll let you have your chance, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? You're supposed to be on my side. Von Karma only cares about the perfect win. As long as you have the will to fight, I will knock you down, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And I don't care if you are my witness, so help me, I will throw you out of my way. Very well. The court will take a 5-minute recess. We will continue the cross-examination after we reconvene. Hey, wait a sec. Is it really true about my aunt? I'm afraid so, Maya. There's no way Eni could have killed Dr. Gray by herself. And under the circumstances, there's no one else other than your Aunt Morgan. That's terrible. Why? Why would my aunt... Everything's going just as I predicted, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Von Karma? Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to take revenge on Nick? Nick had nothing to do with what happened to your dad. Don't you have something better to be worrying about? Say, your own situation? Looking down on me even though we're the same age. Are you done yet? You've caused me enough pain and suffering. Not yet. My goal is to defeat you and let the whole world know of your defeat. And even if you do that, it won't bring your father back. Whatever. In the meantime, let's bring this match to its conclusion, and then we'll know who the real winner is. Court will now reconvene, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Can you prove Miss Eni Meany had a motive? Yes, I believe I can. Miss Eni Meany and Dr. Gray have only one point of connection, and that is the car accident 1 year ago. The motive I'm looking for must be there. Miss Meany, please testify to this court about your car accident last year. Huh? I thought, you wanted to, ask about my, motive? I, don't see the point in, bringing up the past. Miss Meany, if you please. Okay. I don't think it'll do any good, but... That was, last year in May? Something really bad had happened at, my sister's clinic around then? And, the night of the accident, my sis was totally tired while she was driving. I was, totally pooped, too, so I, fell asleep in the passenger seat. I, woke up because of a jolt and, it was a sea of flames around me. I, opened the door and, got away. I think I've heard of this incident. It was all the talk in all the tabloids. Shows day after day last year. Yes, they were talking about Dr. Gray drugging your sister? Those are merely rumors, totally baseless gossip. Yes, Mr. Wright, you may question the witness. Right now, it's impossible to prove that Dr. Gray did in fact drug Miss Ming's sister. Yeah, which means I'll have to work this from another angle. She was totally tired? You mean exhausted? She had to talk to the police and, was being investigated, every day? It was, a totally terrible situation. It's no wonder, then, that the car accident happened, huh? So then, why didn't you ask to switch places? Huh? What are you talking about? I mean, switch drivers. If your sister was so tired, then you should have switched with her. True, true. But like, I don't have a driver's license. This is news to me. It was not aware you didn't have your license, Miss Mimi. Miss Mimi, please amend your testimony. Like, okay, anyway. Miss Meanie, that was a lame lie just now. Like, what do you mean? I know you had a license back then. This is a photo you took for the express purpose of getting a driver's license. What is the meaning of this, Miss Meanie? That's right. Yeah, I had, like, a license, but I didn't get it until after the accident. No, you had it. You had it at the time of the accident. Director Hody, or the guy pretending to be him anyway, said so. What? Are you, like, talking about that perverted fake clinic director? Yes, that perverted fake clinic director, and you know... No one cares. Witness, when did you receive your driver's license? Like, last November? What? November? The accident happened last May. That's a half a year lapse in time, Mr. Phoenix, right? What? That's what happened, Mr. Wright. At the time of the accident, Miss Meanie did not have a driver's license. Cry and my wit will accommodate. Anyway, without a license, the witness and her sister could not have switched drivers. I'm, like, glad you get it, but, like, even if I had my license, I, like, don't think my sis would, like, let me drive. Don't just stand there yourself. Not you too, Mia, with the whip and the pain and the ow. Miss Meanie, why do you think you would not have been allowed to drive? That's because I think the situation calls for more detailed testimony, Miss Meanie, if you please. Like, how annoying. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be mean. Like, around that time, I was, like, really close to getting my license. My sis was, like, this totally big fan of cars and, like, really valued them. She, like, had just gotten this really shiny, bright red sports car. She, like, would say things like, no way I'm letting a noob drive my car. So, like, that's why I ended up in the passenger seat that night, too. I see. A bright red car for sports. Now then, the defense may question the witness. Not terribly knowledgeable about cars, but... It was a new car? Yeah, she had, like, just gotten it. It was, like, from the UK? The UK? Were those her boyfriend's initials? It was, like, a really special model. She had waited for, like, a whole year for it to arrive. Guess her love of cars would be the obvious next topic. I really don't know anything about cars, but I had a feeling this was bound to come up. Your Honor, please have the witness append what she just said to her testimony. You mean the part about the being a special import car? Well, if you like cars that much, then that's not my point. Though, to be honest, I don't know what the point is either. Miss Meanie, would you please fix your testimony? Sure, whatever. Miss Meanie, do you remember this article? It's an article about the accident. You had said this in it. But I opened the right door and, like, got out. That's correct, isn't it? Like, why are you suddenly asking about that? Your Honor, which side is the passenger seat, the left or the right? Well, it's on the right side, of course, because the driver's on the left. That would be it if it were an American car, but it would be the opposite in a British car. The two of them were riding in a British car. In that case, the passenger side would be the left side. What do you mean by this? Miss Meanie, you said that you had escaped using the right side door of the car, but if you were sitting there, then that means you were in the driver's seat. Order in the court! Mr. Phoenix Wright is babbling nonsense again. Eni said the person who was driving was her older sister, Mimi Meanie. That's what Eni said, yes, but that is where her story falls apart.
Somewhere, all of us made a big error in our assumptions. Phoenix, it looks like you finally found the real root of this murder. To connect all the dots, there can only be one answer. I'd like to ask the court a question. Eenie or Mimi, who was really driving that night? The answer is the one person who had her driver's license, Mimi. After all, that makes her the only person who could legally drive. But you just said the witness, Miss Eenie, was in one of the driver's seat. Which leads us to the next question. The next question? Who is the person standing at the witness stand right now? What sort of idiotic ruse is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This witness's name is... I'll tell you what her name really is. This witness's real name is... Mimi. That is your real name. Of all the foolish dribble, then how do you explain her appearance? This witness had severe facial burns when she was admitted into the hospital. So for the purpose of facial reconstruction, the surgeons used a picture. Facial reconstruction surgery? This is the picture she gave for the doctors at the time. That's right. It's a picture of her younger sister. But Mimi, she died in the car accident. That's what everyone thought. However, that's not the case. Then the body they found at the crash site... That was the body of the real Eenie. Isn't that right, Miss Mimi? The car accident 1 year ago, the one who died that night was Eenie. Her sister Mimi then stole her face and was reborn as Eenie. But this, she effectively erased Mimi from existence. Your Honor, I'm sure you can now see why Mimi had to kill Dr. Gray. What do you mean? What is the meaning of this nonsense? Dr. Gray wanted to call back the spirit of a dead person. Specifically, the spirit of his nurse that died in the crash, Mimi. However, that would not have been possible because Mimi was still in fact alive. And that fact would have been discovered had the channeling been conducted. So this witness had to stop that from happening at all costs. And that's why she had to kill Dr. Gray? That is not what you're saying? Yes, before the channeling. Dr. Gray had the misfortune of consulting this witness about the communicating with the dead. And in that moment, his fate was sealed. Well, Miss... Why did you say my name just now? Looks like I've been unmasked. Witness? That's right. I admit it. My real name is Mimi. That quack doctor, he got what he deserved in the end. I was so close to finally ditching Mimi too. So close. But why? Why would you go so far as to throw away yourself? Become your own sister? I think I understand why. Mimi wanted her old self to disappear because of this. That's about the malpractice incident. Dr. Gray was right. The mistake was caused by the nurse, a nurse by the name of Mimi. That's right, the person standing before us today. And a few weeks after this mishap, Mimi had a car accident in which she lost her younger sister. The timing couldn't have been worse. 14 patients dying in the incident and her own sister's life extinguished is all too much to bear. I found a way for myself to escape it all, the only way. She lost everything in the flames of that accident, her sister and even her own face. This was her last chance, her chance to throw away her past and start a new life as her sister. Unbelievable, a plan beyond my wildest imagination. That jerk. If only he hadn't thought of that channeling mumbo-jumbo. Mumbo-jumbo? Becoming Eenie has been the most horrible experience in the world. Spirit channeling the occult, I hate it. I hate it all. I believe there are still a few unsolved riddles here, such as why did Miss Meanie choose to go with such a complicated plan, and why did Morgan Fay agree to help her execute it? Regardless, I believe one thing has been made crystal clear: the innocence of the defendant, Maya Fay. This is preposterous. I'm perfect. Me, Francisca von Karma. I'm going to enjoy the news tonight, Miss von Karma. How about you? It's going to be broadcast all over the world, right? Your defeat, that is. And one more for good measure. Phoenix. Hang in there, Phoenix. This court is a fraud, a sham. Now then, it looks as though some time before Mr. White regains consciousness, so I will go ahead and pronounce the verdict. That is all. Court is adjourned. Congratulations, Maya, sis. It's good to see you, Maya. How are you doing? Sis, I didn't kill anyone, did I? No, you didn't. It was all just a dream. A really bad dream. You know, sis, in my dream I smelled a really familiar scent. A familiar scent? I was inside that clothing box, right? That box, that was the box you used to store your clothes in a long time ago. That's right. There's still one thing I don't quite get. What's that? What would have happened if Mimi hadn't shot Dr. Gray? I mean, we broke in because we heard a gunshot. I think Mimi had planned to open the door to the chamber herself, and then you and Lotta would have witnessed quite a scene. A possessed Maya Fey who had just committed a murder. She had it planned down to the smallest detail, huh? Nick, congrats, Maya. Yeah, it's always one thing or another, right? Looks like you bailed me out of another jam. Well, you know. But I really don't want something like this to ever happen again. I'm fine because I have you to help me out, Nick, but every time something happens, I lose someone special to me. First my sister and now my aunt. Hey, Nick, tell me why my aunt went and did something so horrible. Why would she help Mimi Meanie with a plan like that? I just don't understand it. Maya, it's over. Why don't we just let it be? Nick, please, I need an answer. Early? 4 years from now, a new master will be born into Kurain Village. That person will be you, Maya. And? But if you weren't there, then the main family's bloodline would disappear, and what would happen then? The Branch family, my aunt. No, Morgan's spiritual power's too weak. The next person would be Pearl's. Everything was done for her sake. It was so that Pearl would become the next master. I can see that. Did Maya say something just now? I think she was saying I thought so. My precious Pearl, you are the only one suitable to be the master of Kurain, dear child. Sacrificed it all for you. Helped that brainless nurse carry out her murder and cooperated with that whip-happy prosecutor. It was all to unseat that annoying, witless main family girl, Maya Fey. But I shall be patient, my dearest Pearl. A chance will present itself. Your time will come. Alright, that is going to do it for this stream. We got through 2 chapters. I think we'll do the next 2 chapters on the next Ace Attorney stream. Plan is to finish the original trilogy before the second trilogy re-release comes out. I think that's the 24th, I believe, is when the second trilogy re-release is going to be dropped. So we'll see. We're gonna see how far we get and how quick we do it. If we do it quick enough, we might actually play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles because I do want to play that again at some point. Um, Unfortunately, Investigations 2 is not ported. You have to actually emulate that, which is annoying as hell, but it is what it is. So yeah, we will see how that goes, and I will see you guys all on the next stream. Have a good night, everyone.